It's the crossover.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I'm like getting a little under the weather, but
Yeah,
you
you sound like it, man.
Good grief.
but I'm fine.
I'm really glad I stand over here.
I felt I did not feel well yesterday when I got back home from the show. I actually DoorDash groceries. It's the first time I've ever done that, where I had groceries delivered.
Sean hates
How much
everything
did
about
that
what you
cost?
just said.
If you ordered enough, then I got the delivery fees, all that kind of like taken.
So did you order enough?
I did. So I ordered like $75 worth of stuff. But
And
Okay.
then thus there's no delivery fee?
well, for me, I have DoorDash Plus. It's a perk that I have. I
Well,
just
how
have
does the
DoorDash
poor
Plus.
how does the poor lackey get
Comes with my credit card. It's a credit card perk. I have.
No. But if
No.
you're not paying extra for the
He's
delivery,
saying, how does the person get paid?
yeah.
Oh, they get tipped. I tipped them well.
Hmm.
I tipped them
Good job,
$11. Crystal was her name. She was great. She was awesome.
Wow, women bringing you your food. How very 1953 of you.
I did not pick. DoorDash did not say. DoorDash did not say, Matt, would you like a male or a female to bring you your food?
Hey, woman, what's for dinner tonight? Is it a pot pie?
Hey, Toots, bring me my
Hey,
DoorDash.
Toots, where's my old fashioned? Can you fetch me my slippers? Fido's a little under the weather today.
I did make chicken noodle soup. So I made some soup. It looked great.
You made it, or you just opened
No,
a can?
I made it.
Good
I
for
made
you.
chicken noodle soup. And then
What
I
do you
had
put, I mean, do you put anything besides the chicken in the noodles? I mean, little vegetable.
No.
You put soup in
Celery,
there,
celery,
so-
onion, carrot.
I'll noodle
Nice.
a noodle, and I've
Good for you.
noodled
And I
thousands
go,
of
I'm
noodles.
impressed.
I seared the chicken, and then I put the chicken in there. Then there was
Is
a
this
little.
Groppy's recipe?
I do a lot of noodling, and I noodle thousands of noodles.
Much fat in my broth. I had too much fat in my broth, so
Oh,
I
really?
had to take a ladle and put ice in it.
Oh,
and I
here
had to-
comes, here comes
Did you
Carol
not
in the
even-
comment section.
So you
Too
didn't
much
even.
fat, Matt?
So you didn't even. You didn't use like the pre broth. You made your
no,
own broth?
I got the Swanson's chicken broth.
Oh, okay.
What writes Matt paying women to visit his place? Yeah, good thing you're not a 49ers
Oh,
owner.
Jet York.
Matt York.
How about the fact, was it the person who owns the place was like, don't blame
Hey,
this
don't
on
blame
us.
us.
He was here and he brought the
He was-
person there.
He was just pissed off that he had to go out and change the sign. It's been one day since our last arrest on
They-
campus for prostitution.
They more and more details come out about that thing. I'm like, what
This
are
is
you
the
doing?
best. This is absolutely the best.
So now apparently he was conspiring like on text message through his phone or something like that, which is why he had criminal tools.
How do you conspire to pay for sex? You just say, I want to pay for sex.
Are you talking from experience?
No, it's just common sense.
There was
You don't
maybe-
have to have a second
Texter
gunman.
John.
John, maybe it
Read
was
what
like,
Texter John sent us.
maybe he was like, I'm thinking about maybe paying for sex, probably.
1 years old. Want to revisit that phrasing? Was it that one?
What?
No, you can't do that. Don't you touch my computer
You
screen.
got your greasy
Now you got
mitts
his
all over
computer
the
sick.
screen.
York update. The phone in York's possession was used to arrange the criminal act, according to the court records. That is the reason he was also charged with possessing criminal tools. That one?
Oh,
Yeah.
Odson is.
Well, that makes sense.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
Odson asks, was it premeditated payment for sex? Did he put a down payment down?
Save the date.
Save the date?
Did he
I-
call Bob Kraft to arrange it?
Is he like Colt 45? I have her on credit, so I owe her.
Nick, search Kraft. It's with a K in here. There used to be a drop from John where he talked about Bob Kraft in his butt.
Oh,
You remember that one? Let's see if we still have that. Yeah, there you go.
Bow facial.
Play it.
Bob Kraft, your butt tastes so good. Yeah, that was. If I remember right, that was knocking Jim Nance.
Oh, that sounds about
because
right.
they used to just wax
Oh.
all over freaking
Bob Kraft, your butt tastes so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because they of all the owners in the NFL, I mean, Jarrah will always be the GOAT in terms of number of times shown on camera during
like
the
the
game.
noodle.
But Bob Kraft he's on the Mount Rushmore of owners we see way too much.
I think Carly Ursay Gordon very quickly has become one
Well,
of
because you
the.
can't miss her
yesterday,
because
right?
all they have to do is
Is that with you? Maybe that was just John and myself.
It was Michael too.
Oh, that's what it was. We were talking about her with Michael. Yeah, how she wears the headset.
I mean, all you have to do is get knocked out of bounds, and well, there she is.
and
That's true.
the flat bill hat. She loves a flat bill.
She is. Well, I know she's not your generation. She's probably mine. She might be a millennial. What's her name?
I think Carly Ursay Gordon is if Josh owned a football team.
Really?
If you owned a football team, would you not have the headset on?
She's 1980. She's a little.
You mean
I
you
think
have a
late stage
vagina?
Gen X. What are you saying over here about me, man?
I'm saying
He's saying
that
if you owned a football team,
you
you'd have
ha-
a vagina.
no, you'd have a headset. You'd have the headset on.
No, I don't think
You'd be
so.
listening to what the football.
No, you know what
people
I
are
would
doing.
do though? I would pull a Mark Cuban and I would dress appropriately instead of wearing a suit.
You would wear
Would
like
you
a
be in a
shirt.
box?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you have access to it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be one of those sidelines owners. I don't like that.
Josh would be the son of like the owner, get the team, and
If there's one good part,
talk radio guys like us would be like that idiot Peterson. They gave it to his son Josh,
If
who
there's
couldn't manage a target.
if there's a
That's
good
what
thing
you would
about
say about Josh.
Yeah.
If he owned a
Jerry
football
Jones
team.
getting older, it's that he doesn't go down to the
Yes,
field anymore.
agreed.
Remember when he used to do that
Every
all
game.
the time? He was always down there. He wanted to have a damn headset.
Which did give us one of the great moments of all time when the Leon Lett play happened.
against the Dolphins.
And they went to the sidelines, and Jarrett was just like, and Jimmy Johnson's like, and
yeah.
I'm
Tell me
going,
about this play.
yeah!
This was before my time.
What?
Tell me about this play.
So the Cowboys are
this
playing the
is a great
Dolphins
play.
on Thanksgiving. It's 1993, right? Is that when it was?
Yes,
'Cause Jimmy
and,
was still
and
there.
Marino was hurt.
Okay, and so it's
who was quarterbacking?
let's see.
It was an older. Gosh, who was it? Marino was hurt. It was
Fran
a
Tarkenton.
backup
Nick.
quarterback.
It was
Jim
DeBerg.
Miller.
Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg. So Nick, Texas Stadium. By the way, I've been watching random clips from Texas Stadium. That place was cool. That place was really
That
cool.
place was weird.
The
I
sound
toured
also was really awesome
I
in how
toured
it
it.
bounced around in there.
It had the deepest.
was
It
cool.
had the biggest
You
crowd.
like old
Oh,
stadiums.
yeah.
of
I do.
any field.
Yeah.
When we toured it, we
This side of
stood on
Memorial?
the visitor sideline and looked across to where the Cowboys sideline would be, and you could watch. There was like guys working the field. You couldn't see above their knees.
That's crazy.
It was an incredible crowd.
So Nick, the Texas Stadium had a hole in the mid. So it was like a
So
dome.
Satan,
glory hole.
so Satan could go to heaven and
No.
watch his favorite team.
So God could watch his favorite team. That was how they always
My
described it.
God,
So,
really?
so it's Thanksgiving and it snows, but like not just like a little snow. There is a good amount of
Oh,
snow.
I think you showed me this play before.
and so they block it, right?
The Dolphins are setting up for a game-winning field goal, and they block it.
And so you just have to let just let it sit. And you're
But the
good.
ball starts going towards the end zone.
Leon Lett goes and decides to dive on
No.
it. He doesn't grab it, and the
And then
Dolphins recover
Because
it.
the field's slick, and he tries to fall down, and then
Cowboys on the Super Bowl, so it doesn't matter.
Dolphins
Bob
win in the
Trumpeting
snow.
going, "Oh, Leon Lett."
Was that the Cowboys' last loss that year?
Yes,
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
and they won the Super Bowl.
Hell
God,
froze
good
over
old-
that day.
Good old days. Wow, it's their second straight loss. They lost to the Falcons for some reason the week before.
Yeah, it is one of the great plays of all time.
So they
That's
started
incredible.
0-2, then they win 7 in a row, then they lose 2 in a
Fins
row,
up.
and then they don't ever lose again that
Right.
season. Including that's the famous Emmitt Smith New York Giants game where he separates his shoulder.
Separates his shoulder.
Man,
That was a
Emmitt Smith.
Saturday.
You know, I never got to watch prime Emmitt Smith. Every now and then my algorithm will
What
be
you
like,
saw
hey,
Arizona Cardinal Emmett Smith?
no, I just saw
Just
late
late
stage,
stage Dallas Cowboy.
barely hitting 1,000-yard Emmitt Smith. And man, that guy was good.
he was a beast.
I've always been a Barry Sanders is
Yeah.
better than Emmett Smith guy, but then I watch Emmett Smith highlights and I'm like,
I mean,
don't know,
if,
man.
if
Emmett's
Walter
pretty
if
good.
Walter
Barry-
Payton was running behind that offensive line, I'm sure Walter would have broken the
probably
rushing record.
There's
he
no
was
doubt about
15
that.
years older than Emmett. Sorry.
Walter's better than Emmett.
Walter
I agree.
is not even.
Is Walter
it's
better
not
than
even a
Barry?
Yes, I
Walter
Emmett-
is
I
the
think
greatest
Emmett is
football
better than
player
Barry.
ever.
Yeah,
Because Barry was just spectacular.
yeah.
Because
He was just spectacular.
Well, what I'm saying
I
is
mean,
he
no,
was,
no, no, I know.
he was-
2-yard, 80.
he was more flashy because he'd make a 2-yard loss look exciting.
Yeah, that's true.
He
But
ran under.
Emmett was more just give me the ball and I'm going to get downhill. And even though he didn't have like the greatest breakaway speed, he could still break big
Tough
runs.
as hell.
He was just it was a really
I've never seen
He-
anybody
I-
run under their pads like Barry Sanders. Like it's
He was
never
good.
it's never looked like that.
he
And
was very good.
like Adrian Peterson ran, like it just the way that he ran and the way that he
He
moved
was a very
so
upright
unique.
runner.
A
Yeah.
million percent. Well, Jeremiah Love looks exactly
Yeah.
like Adrian Peterson. It looks very similar to how they're upright and how they're just big and they're massive. Like how Barry ran under his pads were ridiculous. Walter Payton ran like he didn't have pads on. Like he just
I know.
just stampeded across
That was
the field.
he was a tough dude.
So
Tough dude.
So great. There's so many great Walter Payton stories.
I mean, when you growing up, so this late 70s when I'm first in grade school, he was the thing. Of all the NFL players, he was the one. We would always draw pictures in art class of our favorite pro football players. And even though I was never a Bears fan, it was always Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Because you'd trace a picture, you see in a book, and he always had these great pictures and how he's
Yeah.
running or diving over a pile.
I don't
He
know.
was so
Dude, the
good.
way he dove over piles was pretty
he
sweet.
was so good.
Didn't score a touchdown, though, in the Super Bowl.
People forget.
Real mad
No,
about
they
it.
don't forget because they remind you about it all the time. By the way,
Yes,
you know,
it
I
does
didn't realize
happen.
when I was a young spry boy and learning about the league, I didn't realize that 85 was like the end of his career, not the beginning of his
He
career.
retired or
2 years,
87.
87.
87.
He lost to the
He still
Redskins.
rushed for 1,500 yards that year. You know, he had 1852 in a 14-game 1977 season.
So-
Yeah, I mean, there was, in fact,
crazy.
there was an infamous Saturday Night Live sketch when OJ was hosting where he is watching Walter Payton because Walter was on a pace to break 2000 and break his record. And OJ is stabbing a Peyton voodoo doll.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
Incredible.
Yeah, that
And
86.
then guess what happened?
That 86 Bears team before Jim McMahon got cheap
He wrote
shotted
a book.
against the Packers. That 86 Bears team was consistently
Oh,
better
that-
than 85.
Oh, who was the Packer?
I forget.
Oh,
My dad can't.
Was it
stand
in
him.
week 12? Oh, it doesn't have anything on the Wikipedia
Oh.
page.
but he literally just picks him up
He-
and
no,
body
so the
slams
play
him.
is over, and he slammed him on
Yeah.
his collarbone.
Who did he do that to? Walter Payton?
No,
No,
Jim
no,
McMahon.
Jim
Oh,
McMahon.
Jim McMahon.
So
McMahon
then
didn't play
there
in
was the whole
playoffs?
then Doug Flutie starting for the Bears, and people were Charles Martin.
Charles Martin.
Is that the one
Oh.
where we have that famous video that we talked about with Farron, the news reporter? Something like talking about a ship.
No.
That's a
was
different loss.
That was a loss. I think that was the Redskins loss in Walter Payton's last game
okay.
in the playoffs. I
Okay.
think that's what that.
So 87 the next year.
Like a folks, I'm on a tramp
Well,
steamer.
they lost. I
was so
think
funny.
they lost to the 86 Bears. They were 14.
They lost to Washington as well.
Yeah, they lost. So they lost to Washington. I think it was in the divisional game.
Yes.
Yes.
They were that
They lost
86
by
Bears
14
team.
points.
They had a backup quarterback.
They were outscored 20-0 in the second half.
So they bring in Doug Flutie to start, but they had Steve Fuller was supposed to be their backup, and the team famously wanted to play behind Fuller, but then management brought in Flutie, and they thought this is a joke. Why is Doug Flutie our quarterback? It was like a Buddy Ryan documentary.
Hey, the
I was
Rams
watching.
beat the Bears in 86. Congrats, John. That's cool.
in the regular season, right?
Mhm.
I think it was
20-17.
I think it was a Monday.
It
night.
looks,
Bears
based
team-
off of the dates, it looks like a Monday.
I think it was a Monday.
That
night.
Bears team was 14-2.
Wonder if that's online.
In
Wow, so
86.
they were 29-3 over 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Good Lord.
the 86 Bears defense was statistically better than the 85 Bears.
Yeah.
But it's just they didn't win the Super Bowl. So we talk about, 85.
The whole
But-
game's on YouTube. Here it is. 1986, Rams versus Bears.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that whole Dolphins Cowboys game on YouTube? Can we watch that?
It has to
Oh,
be.
I don't know if the whole game.
I'll go
Well,
with
no, I have watched. I've watched like the fourth quarter of that game.
You should want to the Dolphins
2 hours and 30 minutes.
Nice.
Yep.
It's incredible because it's not really. I don't know.
Show
if
me
it's
the
much
good
snow.
Dolphins uniforms.
It was like ice.
Was it? I
It
thought
was-
at the end it looks.
well. It looks like it probably was. It was probably a
Yeah.
mix. An
God,
ice.
those Dolphins uniforms.
The
Dolphins
are
are
so good.
They need to go back to that all the time.
Dolphins
they
are the
do.
only team that beat the 85 Bears. Scored 38 points
Fins
against them.
up.
Speaking of Monday Night Football,
Most watched Monday night
it's the
game.
most
of all
famous
time.
Monday Night game. ever.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know
know
that.
that.
Just
I need to
crush
watch
the
that
record.
I was
one
actually
too.
I was bouncing around. I watched 10 minutes of it a couple weeks ago. That crowd is nuts. At the
I just remember waking up because that was still
On
back in
fire.
the day where I had to go to bed at halftime. I still
Ah.
remember if I remember right, the Dolphins were up big in the first half, so it was like
they got
oh
off
my
to an
God.
amazing start.
And then waking up and going, damn, they
I
got
still
crushed.
I still hear the dun 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 dun
That's
dun
dun,
dun 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 dun, dun.
Well, that's
And I
Sunday Night Football.
immediately think crap, I got to do my homework. I got
Terrible.
I got to every time I hear that I'm like, oh my God, it's almost bedtime.
I'm
And
happy I
like,
don't get the Sunday scaries anymore.
I'm like
Yeah.
sitting back and I'm writing or
don't?
whatever.
no, I get to come to work and talk about football. I love it.
All right, quick
Gotta go.
crossover.
We got a guest,
Got a guest at 250.
and we have takes. We have a lot of
we
things.
got
to get
takes. We got a lot
To. This
of
is
stuff.
our last busy Tuesday
We
until
think.
next August.
Whatever, guys. All right, I thought
Hey,
we
you're
had great.
sick. You can go home and
Yeah,
rest.
and
Yeah.
eat leftover chicken noodles.
You can-
I do,
noodle
dude. I have
thousands
like
of noodles.
4 portions left. Like I
There you
made
go.
that
There you
chicken.
go.
What kind of noodles?
Oh, they're like
chicken noodles,
pasta.
did you
They're
hear?
like rotini, not rotini. They're
Not egg noodles.
Penne.
no, they're not egg noodles. They're the floury ones.
Yeah, I know which one. you're talking
Yeah. Bow tie. I use bow tie.
about. Okay,
Bow tie noodles. whatever.
nice.
Yeah.
Sounds
It's
good.
Good stuff.
Good for you.
Bye, Matt.
Bye,
All
Matt.
right, there's your crossover. A quick one today, but we got a lot to come, and that's because Mr. Yogurt's going to join us next.
Oh, on the show?
Well, I mean, you'll hear him.
Okay.
You know, he's a listener of Middays with Matt.
That's what I heard.
He's a massive fan.
That's
Nice.
it's awesome that he uses his real name, John, in the
With
when
no
he email-
H.
when
At least he
emails
likes
me.
one of the shows on the zone.
That's true. 1620 the zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, his ears must have been burning. Whose? Mr. Yogurt's.
Dannen.
He got talked about so much yesterday. He was like, I must talk some more.
It's my turn to offer some takes.
Which is why we're getting started early.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Mike Golick was on the Dolphins?
Oh, wow. I don't remember that.
I
thought he was an Eagle
I
for
thought-
life.
I could have swore I saw his name when they were showing. Oh, there's Brian Cox, Mr.
fighting
Mr.
each
Angry.
other?
Oh yeah, he was a violent person.
John, he was. This was his last year
Wow.
in the NFL.
I don't remember him being with the
I didn't
Dolphins.
realize-
Fins up.
Golick played for the Oilers. Houston Oilers.
Miami Dolphins.
In 85 to 87. He was selected, John, in the 10th round. Back then, there were a few more rounds.
There were many more rounds from Notre Dame.
Wow.
Speaking of Notre Dame, they're our team today.
Oh,
and
nice. Get Nick.
25 teams and 25 grums.
I got the
and
whole team.
Guess what? There's a Nebraska tie to
What?
Notre Dame this year.
Is it that they'll play him in the playoffs?
That would be amazing.
Nick.
That would be
Wow.
incredible.
Wasn't there something with Notre Dame and Nebraska back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Are they
yeah,
bringing
Nebraska-
that back?
What, Nebraska taking over Notre Dame Stadium?
Oh, 2000, Nick. It was a great day.
Or the Pope wouldn't even vote Notre Dame number one?
Tough look, I think.
Or maybe it was Tom Novak making like 800 tackles in a game where Nebraska lost by
800
30.
Wow.
But the Notre Dame people gave him a standing ovation because they were so impressed.
Thank you, Irish fans. That's better than what
Or are you
Nebraska
going back
fans.
further than that?
Uh-oh, Nick. Are you talking about the KKK?
I am, Josh.
Yeah, they hated Catholics. Always confused.
I think they still do.
I'm happy to wade into religious waters. My dad was a pastor. I don't understand the hatred of Catholics thing.
The weird
they
thing-
all believe in the same stuff.
I shouldn't say the weird thing.
Some people kneel and stand a lot and take communion every time.
One
Others,
of-
we did communion once a month.
One of the many weird things about the Klan is they have different phases where they just kind of hated different things at different times, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
They just had different enemies.
What
at
about
various points in
non-denominational
history.
churches?
that
What's
kind
up
of
with that?
sounds like today's political parties.
Nice. And that's what we're
Pick and
talking about
choose
today.
Yes.
KKK. That's why we started early.
That's why we started early, so we could talk about KKK and politics.
Roughing. Get that player out of here. We're watching the 1993 Cowboys-Dolphins game now.
The
Oh,
Leon
Shula
Lett
was
game.
still coaching?
Oh, yeah. This was the year he broke the record.
Oh, man.
I
Also,
think.
isn't it
Ends up-
something weird to see, like, Miami have coats? And I know that they need them. They play in cold weather. But
Yes.
it's just like those. Wow, that crown is massive.
I mean-
you can tell from TV.
Oh, yeah.
In standard
Big
depth.
crown.
Mike McDaniel always wore a sweatshirt, and John always called him weird.
That's true. You did.
He just wanted to be warm,
now
John.
he's going to be the
He's
OC for
Irving Fryer. There
for
he
the
is. And
Chargers.
Keith Jackson. What a jerk. He
Wow.
Pushed off. Anyway, the reason why we're starting early is we got a lot to get to.
Mark Ingram.
Oh, I see that the graphic and I see that the interpretation of the typing didn't quite work. That's supposed to be arrows.
Oh, I was wondering what that is.
Perhaps there's been a block on college football to the NFL and back to college football. Perhaps.
You know, if you want to do arrows, you can do 2 dash marks. And then
That's what I did.
Oh,
But
interesting.
sometimes John or
But
Nick,
the-
when he
but-
does the save it, like I don't
Yeah.
know, for whatever
Well,
reason,
it's-
PowerPoint just doesn't speak
Yeah,
well. all the time.
formatting is weird.
PowerPoint and this doesn't always agree.
Yeah.
Troy Dannen on the streak, on NIL, and on patience. No,
Patience.
not the patients you find in a hospital,
Dannen.
unless you're patiently waiting to die. Ooh.
Patient 0.
Nice.
Mike Farron will be on in a few.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
There was some yelling going on between the Cubs and the Diamondbacks. The dugouts were yelling at each other.
Really?
Yeah.
I hope the
Why?
Diamondbacks lost.
Sign stealing allegation.
Again? Banging on trash cans?
We were not banging on any trash cans. We were just banging baseballs out of the ballpark.
Banging on a trash can.
By the way, we haven't asked Farron for a while if they've had any more beams fall from the. Remember when he was talking about how their stadium kept falling apart?
I do remember.
They got to have a new stadium. What do you mean? It's only like 20 years old. No, they got to have a new stadium. Beams are falling down.
Wow.
Let's see. Michael Bruns.
Oh, nice kid, Nick. He's back.
From Husker247.com.
Nice.
He was listening to the offensive players and coaches talk today.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch Holtis, Chiefs camp report.
Awesome.
25 teams, as we mentioned. Eric Hansen covers Notre Dame for Rivals.com.
Excellent get, Nick.
Thank you.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online. There's barely enough room for us. Super hot take market. I got a take that might be pretty spicy.
Yeah, awesome.
And 25% or 97% or something in the middle.
I don't know what that means.
It means a lot.
Nice. What you got going on over there, Nick? You were making 6, 7.
So
things with
I'm
your
very
hands.
confused because the Dolphins receiver, I don't know which one because I'm young.
Yeah.
He had the
it wasn't
ball.
Irving.
He completed the pass. He was on the ground, and then one of your boys dove at him while he was on the ground with the ball. Then the ball slipped out.
Yeah.
Why was the play not done after he had completed the pass?
Because when you're in the NFL, when you're on the ground and you haven't been touched yet, the play's not over.
That's dumb.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
And then the Cowboys recover a fumble.
But it did. But they didn't. The Dolphins still have the football. No, Nick, that is not unsafe. College football needs to change their rule to allow for players to
Agreed.
get up after falling down. Or whatever.
Agreed.
I hate that they don't have that
I
in
do
college
too.
football. It's so stupid.
I do too. Oh, the guy fell down. That means he's done. What?
Doesn't make
Nobody
any sense.
touched him.
Bad take, Nick.
Okay.
All right. 402-951-1620 Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You can also hit us up, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 or the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. So let's get to some of what Troy Dannen said. We're going to save one back.
Okay, which
for
one?
After Fair in the video.
Okay, so we'll do that later.
Yeah,
Okay.
that you
Perfect.
have. But these are the audio clips from last night's Troy Dannen appearance on the Huskers radio network. All the hubbub has been about tickets.
Oh,
How are they doing on tickets? For recollection purposes, it was a Sunday or two ago. I think it was 2 Sundays ago. Or was it last week we talked about it?
This was last week. I believe we talked about it last Tuesday, and
Yes.
the report was last Monday. But the statistics were from the previous Monday.
Correct.
Do any
August
of this
10th.
makes sense? Yes.
August
the numbers
10th.
came from August 10th. We
So-
talked about it on the 18th.
So the WOWT numbers, which by the way, we later found out were attained via a FOIA.
Yeah.
Freedom of Information Act. So it wasn't that, WOWT called the university and they just gave them the numbers. No, they had to do a FOIA.
Yeah.
They had to get an official
FOIA.
government order essentially to get the
66.
numbers.
Yeah.
And as of August the 10th, Nebraska was a roughly 8,000 tickets shy of a sellout in the non-conference games and 10,000 seats shy of a sellout in
Basically every conference game.
the conference games.
Including the big dogs, Indiana and Ohio State.
Correct.
It was the same numbers essentially across the board. It was like they had 72
very
plus
close.
sold in all of the conference games and 74 and change sold in all of the non-conference
So
games.
keep that in mind as you listen to this clip. This was Troy Dannen talking about the ticket sales and the fate of the sellout streak from last night's Husker Radio Network.
Ticket sales are very much a part of the conversation here. It's a little unusual, but we as we've done, right, we put together an outbound sales team a couple of years ago to actually try to sell tickets rather than passively wait for them to be purchased and maybe have to outsource them. So I think we've sold 1,600 just on their most recent mini package that's been put out. And ticket sales today are, we can say Nebraska is different, and Nebraska is very different and unique in a lot of positive ways. But the way people consume tickets is different, not just in Nebraska, but nationally. So many plans. And typically as we get closer to kickoff here, people get an eye on that extended forecast. That's tend to how the single game tickets move. I would guess a week from today, a week from tomorrow, the Ohio tickets will be out, and then we're on to Bowling Green. There's 2,400 left for Bowling Green. So tickets are moving. What I would say is probably in a fairly normal fashion right now. So all the hand wringing can wait. I think we're going to be in a good place.
Real quick, far be it for me. Thank God I'm talking now. Far be it for me to be critical of another show. Their processing is garbage.
Now
I know some of that is the recording it, but wow, it's rough.
Right. Yeah. Now part of it was I
Ian,
recorded
can
it.
you fix it, please?
I did it a little differently when I recorded. Normally I put my earbuds in, but I didn't because I was in a hurry today.
Yeah.
So he's claiming Troy Dannen, pronouns pal, is claiming there's about 20 to 2,300 tickets remaining for Bowling Green. I don't.
So that would mean that they've sold 7,000 plus since.
Well, for Bowling Green, they sold about because it was at 8. So down to 20, so about 6,000.
My bad. Yeah. I keep thinking about the conference.
About 6,000, and he sounded very confident that Ohio would be taken care of. Now, as Troy Dannen had admitted in the past, recently, the procedure has been to dump a lot of tickets onto SeatGeek, who is the official partner of ticket broker of Nebraska Athletics, or at least they were. Maybe there's not anymore. I'm assuming they still are.
They are.
And I just typed in the Ohio game, and if you just grab the little scroll marker on the side and just scroll down, first of all, you can see the whole stadium. You can see how many seats are out there. Now, again, this is a secondary site. This isn't from the university.
Huskers.com, yeah.
But, I mean, you got your pick of the litter of how many tickets are available for this game. And so my question is,
cheapest price? Oh, sorry.
The cheapest price is $39.
What's your question?
Is how much? I mean, have they already dumped a bunch of tickets at dimes on the dollar to SeatGeek?
Well, gosh, given the way he's talked about it, I would think that that's like the last minute thing. That is a next week conversation.
Okay, so to get rid of 6,000 tickets in essentially 2 weeks.
Yeah.
For a game that has had very little, buzz or, outside of it.
But they've been selling them for super cheap. Are you basically asking,
I'm just wondering if, did they do such a great job in 2 weeks' time of unloading, 2/3 of their remaining inventory?
That's a good question.
On that game?
Yeah.
It's an honest question.
No, it's a good question, too. Jeremy in Texas says, why is this so important? Why does the Nebraska media want to cause drama with everything related to this program? I think that I can answer this seriously. This is important because the program makes it important by doing goofy things to continue it. That's why. Also, he was asked about it by the in-house media. It matters to the program. It matters to the fan base. I don't understand this whole, the sell streak isn't important. Whether or not you think it's propped up or pretend or real, it is obviously incredibly vital to the discussion around this whole program. And they talk about it all the time.
I mean, they put it on the side of the stadium and they make a big falderall about it at every game when they announce the attendance.
Correct. That's why.
Whether you believe in it or not, it is something. And even if you're like myself and you don't necessarily believe that it has been legitimate for a number of years, the idea that something like this is possibly being allowed to die off is rather significant.
Yeah, that's why it's important.
Also, given the fact that starting next year, the capacity is going to be far reduced. So if there was ever a year to make it last one more year, you would be virtually guaranteed to keep it going for another 2 or 3 years, just simply because demand is finally going to be probably greater than supply for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, that's why it's important. That's why it's important.
And people are asking about it.
Yeah.
So, I can't believe that's even a conversation. But like I said, you can go to SeatGeek right now and there are a lot of tickets available. A lot of tickets for as low as $40. But obviously you're paying, different fees there.
Sure.
And whatnot.
Sure.
Next up, this was Troy Dannen on name, image, likeness, and the moves behind the scenes to get more people to donate. And this is kind of branching off on a lot of the things that were said to Tom Chattel in the column over the weekend.
I don't want the guy sitting in row 77 buying tickets thinking he needs to spend another $100. That's not it. But we have to decide institutionally, do we want to support this? And we've had some places, like, I don't know where we'd be without FNBO right now. What they did in the spring to step up and partner with our kids at the time we went through the arbitration to do deals with our kids. But for every FNBO, there are places that have walked backwards from it. And the fact of the matter is everybody has to invest. You know, if you say it takes a village to raise a child, well, it takes a village to build a championship football program. And as a part of that, I think our ticket holders have stepped up to the plate. Our donors have certainly stepped up to the plate. You know, we raised $20 million last year in what I would call is philanthropic support for the programs. And that number was 1 when I got here. And it was 20. So the donors and the fans have stepped up and supported it. Now, what other parts of the village do we need to step forward? And now, pointing fingers, it's going to sound like I'm pointing fingers, but the corporate community, the institution itself, you know, those are the other parts of the village that a lot of our work right now is around trying to get them to the plate and support in every way. Because, you know, regardless of you know, how you believe or what you think of this world in which we live, there is a formula for success, and it's a pretty clear formula for success. And there ain't anybody here that is here because they want anything less than winning and having success.
So it's interesting because he is calling out.
Yeah, for sure.
He is calling out the corporate side, and he's calling out what he said, institutional support. So I'm guessing that's from the university at large, because as he made the point, I'm not asking the guy in row 77 to keep ponying up more and more and more and more, because that has been the feeling from a lot of folks out there.
With the reseeding, with the baseball and softball stuff.
Especially what we talked about yesterday. A lot of people were like, why am I going to spend even more money on this? Yeah. So he's trying to kind of take some of the burden.
Yeah, it seems like that was
of those folks and move it towards, we need more corporate support.
Yeah.
We need more institutional support.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to make up the difference between, you know, whatever we have right now in terms of NIL and whatever Ohio State has in terms of NIL.
Almost feels like a response to the critiques and criticism that he got Sunday and Monday this week. You know, just like it seems like the basketball reseeding process has been put on hold because of a lot of the pushback that they got about that. So I wonder if, you know, there was just so much response over the last 48 hours to what he said to Chattel that he was like, all right, I'm going to get out in front of that, or not get out in front of it, respond to it a little bit and say, no, it's not about you. It's about the big dog, you know, companies that support us, which is, I mean, that's interesting in and of itself, you know, to go at those people, because those are the ones who really support you. I mean, imagine where you'd be without those types of entities, those business entities.
So I wonder, because he also mentioned, you know, he praised FNBO, First National Bank of Omaha, for ponying up some more towards, you know, player recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
But he also mentioned there have been others who have backed away. And how I interpreted that was, you know, they're not as comfortable with, you know, whether it's players getting paid or the whole process behind it. And they're like, nah, not for me, bro. But I'm curious, you know, what corporations, and maybe part of this is acknowledging that Nebraska did not sell its uniform sponsor. Other schools have done it and have gotten a pretty good chunk of change for it.
Yeah.
Schools smaller than Nebraska, smaller in terms of, you know, national profile, like Kansas, for example, have sold their uniforms. Nebraska hasn't sold theirs yet.
They haven't sold rights to the stadium.
And when Dannen announced that, you know, during Big Ten Media Days, I said, well, it's obvious they didn't get the price they wanted for it. I'm wondering if it's areas like that where it's like, hey, this is where the corporate side of things, this is where the big corporations of Nebraska or regional corporations could jump in and, you know, and they haven't so far. Mm-hmm. So they haven't found, either they don't believe in it, they haven't been, you know, coaxed by the right sales pitch, don't think Nebraska is a good enough investment. I don't know. But I do think it's interesting that he's, you know, he's singling out. And I really would like to know who specifically or what specifically he's referencing when he talks about institutional support. Because that sounds like it's from the president's level, from the chancellor's level, from the regent's level. That's institutional support. I'm curious what that means, whether it's breaks on things or maybe the ability to, get some money out of the foundation. I'm throwing spitballs out here because I'm not sure. He just
It's
mentioned
a great question.
I'm asking the question.
Maybe they gave all those players those little dum-dums that you always get at the bank.
Get back to watching the Dolphins-Cowboys game from 1993.
I'm just spitballing too, Josh. Nobody knows.
By the way, it looked like Keith Byers was out of bounds on that run.
You see Nick celebrate like it was happening live.
Okay, if something is cool, if something is cool, you can still be stoked about it. The cool thing happening.
Sure.
Also, he put the ball in on the other side of the pylon before he went down.
Yeah, but I think he ran out of bounds at like the 5-yard line. Anyway, not to get distracted.
No, we still have Farron to come up, so we got one more clip, though.
And we got one more clip, this one is pertinent based on the news of the day. Here was Troy Dannen being asked about the most recent flap in college sports, and that is players coming back from professional ranks to return to college.
The fact that individual athletes can go that are playing professionally, whether it's in camp or not, they're playing professionally. That they could leave and come back to the colleges through a local judge's dictate should be the biggest flare in the sky for this thing is irreparably harmed, and that you do need some other method. Now, some will say that that's collective bargaining, and maybe that is the case at some point in time. But I guarantee you, even if we all said tomorrow it should be collective bargaining, we're not going to have collective bargaining for a while. So how are we going to get at least move forward? I believe it's an abomination that we have professional players coming back into the college rosters, and it's not that I don't feel bad for someone who's moved on professionally, but we've made commitments to the kids on our rosters, and as they cycle through, there's a next group that's coming up that expects the opportunities to play and participate. And I'm sad for our industry who wants to cry all the time about, it's out of control, it's the Wild West. But yet when the door cracks, we want to participate in that, and we want to help it get further out of control. And we want to, these are things we don't have to do as institutions. These are things, bringing those players back onto the rosters is not something that's required. It's an option. But if you do it, all you're doing is lending to the Wild West.
I am so happy to hear somebody in power say that. They do not have to do this. They do not have to accept these players. And now in the Big Ten, they are not allowed to. But
not yet, but it sounds like it's coming.
So Pete Thamel just said the Big Ten faculty athletic reps have formally adopted the policy. That literally just came down seconds ago. By the way, players who competed in rookie mini camps are excluded from this. He mentions a couple guys, so we can talk about that later. But I could not agree with them more. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And this is one of those scenarios where you absolutely should not. I'm happy that the Big Ten has decided to say, we're not going to do this. Like, we're going to talk about the SEC later in content. They're just saying, we don't like this. The Big Ten's actually doing something about it. I hope other conferences follow this, because I think we all agree that it's ridiculous that these guys are participating in training camps and preseason games and then coming back to college football.
I agree.
It is an abomination. He is so spot on when he says that.
And this is where I will give Dannen a lot of credit, not only for saying it, but then following through and essentially not allowing his coaches to participate in it.
And I love what he said there about how, essentially he was saying, like, the media will be like, this stuff's out of control. But then the universities, we participate and we make it work. Like, we're a part of this.
And the schools are the only people that can stop this right now, because the courts ain't stopping it.
Yep.
The lawyers ain't stopping it. The players, the coaches, they're not stopping it. It has to be the schools. It has to be the institutions or conferences.
And it sounds like this thing was fast-tracked and it moved through extremely quickly, and they voted against this. They voted it down. Ray says, great, another way for Nebraska not to get great players. Well, none of the teams in their conference are going to get any of these guys either.
No.
It's fine.
At some point, if you believe
I hope he's kidding. Maybe Ray's joking. I hope he's kidding.
If you believe in rules, and if you believe that this is wrong, then you should also believe that people will follow along and not do it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about this later, what Lane Kiffin had to say yesterday about, him going after the tight end. That's the only way to stop it. Collusion is the only way to stop it.
And that's what they
because
did.
There's not a rule, there's not a judge, there's not a court, there's no other entity on the face of the earth right now that has the ability to stop it.
Yeah. And
if Congress passes the Saving College Sports from Itself Act, then yeah, it would theoretically stop.
They're not
that hasn't happened, and it won't happen in time for the start of the season.
Yeah. And like this is kind of an old school thing that used to happen in college sports. Remember there, John, there used to be this rule where you couldn't transfer inside of your league without sitting out an extra year.
Yeah.
The SEC had a rule in recent years where I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was a penalty for interconference transferring and how essentially it wasn't allowed. You can create your own rules. You can decide we don't want to do this.
Yeah.
We can decide as a Big Ten, create rules for everything. How big your conference tournament is, how big your travel rosters can be in league. You can do any of those things. And so I'm really happy that that's what the Big Ten decided to do because, as of this moment in time, no other conference have done so. And Richard Johnson, friend of the Grum, he just said that they passed the measure to prevent NFL players unanimous vote, which I don't think is a surprise. But a unanimous vote. Anyone who signed a professional league contract and or is on a roster at any time, that includes the 90-man roster of the final 53, is ineligible.
Now, I am curious, is this just football? Is this an emergency clause now, or are we talking basketball too? Or are we talking all
Yeah,
sports?
he says in broad strokes, the rule, which applies only to football for now, means the following.
Right.
He kind of
I mean,
some of the things. Yeah, you're going to have to do it with hoops, obviously.
Yes.
We've had many of these.
You got to, well, and that'll be the real trick for the Big Ten and for everybody else, because there's a lot of people coming over from professional European leagues, and so how they thread that needle will be very, very interesting. But I was reading from Dellinger this morning, SEC presidents who met last night and they put out a tersely worded letter, are expected to direct ADs against accepting pro players under threat of penalty. Per bylaws, Greg Sankey and or presidents hold authority to deem a player ineligible, fine, or suspend coaches. Will they? Says one person, this is Sankey's Sorsby moment, referring to what the Big 12 did with Brendan Sorsby back in June, July, whatever month that was. So I'm guessing other conferences will follow suit, but the real battle is going to be in the SEC because that's where they've already started to move
guys are already on
forward
rosters
on bringing people in.
Yeah.
But again, kudos to Troy Dannen for saying it, being out there with it, but also following suit and not allowing his coaches, or namely his football coach, even not saying Matt Rule wants to and he can't because of Troy Dannen. Maybe they're in lockstep agreement on this, but I'm glad that Nebraska's taking a stand.
Yeah, I can't imagine, if I'm being honest, I can't imagine any school actually wants to do this, but they feel like they have to, but you don't have to.
Well, but you don't have to. But then you have people like Kiffin who don't care about rules and have never cared about rules anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're going to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's some of what Dannen said, but then he had a little more to say, and we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Perfect.
We're going to take a break right now, and when we come back, it's time to discuss some things with Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio. The Cowboys are like turning the ball over left and right in this game.
Non-stop.
Troy Aikman has thrown a lot of interceptions.
Well, some people have rightly said he is the worst quarterback to ever win 3 Super Bowls.
What about Terry Bradshaw? You always forget about old Bradshaw.
He won 4.
But he won 3. You have to win 3 to win 4.
But he was better than Aikman.
You have to win 3 to win.
Because he wasn't a Cowboy.
He was not. Get out of here.
He wasn't a Cowboy.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
All right, we'll be back.
He can't even spell cat. What was the line? He couldn't spell cat if you gave him the C and the N.
It was freaking Hollywood Henderson, that dope addict.
Wow.
He was.
Dope as in weed?
I think he was on a little harder stuff.
Oh, okay.
The powdery stuff that looks like flour.
That looks like snow at Texas Stadium in 1993.
In fact, I'm sure Thomas Hollywood Henderson probably was wishing he was down on the field that night trying to snort the field.
That would hurt. A little snow in your nostrils.
Yeah, probably. 16:20 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Title of Husker football expert on the line.
Oh, yeah.
With
Is today the day?
No, one
next
more week.
We got one more week. Nebraska's not playing in week 0.
Tired to a modular home park in East Palestine, Ohio, then.
That's what football owners have the biggest problem. Baseball owners, Marge Schott had her issues.
Oh, man.
Oh, you think?
By the way, speaking of that, real quick before you go on other owners. So Defector, which is the old Deadspin guys, I don't know exactly the bit that they're doing. Oh, it's Red Week or Reds Week. But the title of one of them today was Marge Schott was a 5-tool bigot who would have thrived in any era.
Yeah.
And I laughed so hard when I saw that story earlier.
I've heard a lot of Marge Schott stories because I work with Jim Bowden, who was manager for a long time under her. And he used to have to pay for his own pens. That was one of my favorites. That and Shotzi. Are you familiar with Shotzi, Josh?
The dog.
Marge had St. Bernard's. Shotzi used to use what was then Riverfront Stadium as their personal toilet.
Yep.
St. Bernard's, Josh.
Some people think that the name Shotzi came as a play off of her last name, but if you think about it, Shotzi rhymes with
Nazi. Under hits today.
Just barely. Just barely.
She was probably a big fan of Schultz and Hogan's Heroes too. So
Oh yeah, she watched Hogan's Heroes. She watched Hogan's Heroes because it made the Nazis look like the bad guys, which they famously were.
Imagine that.
Anyway, speaking of the bad guys, the Diamondbacks.
Oh, Arizona.
How dare they? They were accusing the Cubs of cheating. So I was talking to Josh about this earlier.
Yes. What happened?
Yeah. So Merrill Kelly, who started last night and got ripped to shreds by the mighty Cubs.
I mean, it was 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings. That's not act like he was ripped to shreds.
Okay. If this were May, that would have been ripped to shreds. Anyway, he got upset because the Cubs third base coach was kind of creeping down the line a little bit, and they thought there was some sign stealing going on. That led to both dugouts yelling at each other from across the field, which is always a great visual. And it ended up there's going to be a great GIF that you're going to see in the future of Cubs bench coach Ryan Flaherty basically yelling, "No, you go F yourself."
Oh, awesome!
Yeah. Oh, and it's clear as a bell. You can see his lips.
That's great.
So are the Cubs cheating or are the Diamondbacks paranoid?
I would say neither. I mean, I think it's not cheating. First of all, that's if Quentin Berry's picking Merrill Kelly's pitches, that's on Merrill. And Merrill said as much after the game too. He said he had some choice words just in that he's like, listen, I just think it's Bush League when a coach does it, and I think it's BS, which that's fine. He can think that, but there's nothing that Quentin Berry did that was untowards. So I don't think that they were being paranoid because the odds are overwhelming that Quentin Berry was doing that. You'll also note that the next line of what Merrill Kelly said was like, at any rate, this is on me. He's like, and I've got to find a way to make sure the teams aren't picking something up, because if they're picking something up, then everybody is. So this is not unusual. This is the same as, it used to be much more prevalent when there were physical signs given instead of, buttons pressed, but you would get runners at second base. It would help to signal what pitch was coming to the batter because they could figure out the sequencing and still give away a location. And so that's all fair game. And I think Kelly's complaint was that it was a coach doing it, not another player, but it also, he's had a really frustrating year in his last couple of starts. This was better than his two previous ones. I think it's just all frustration boiling over more than anything from him.
Mike, I believe this is the first time we've had you on since the Mark Walter stuff went down, right? We did not.
I think it was on, but we didn't talk about it.
We never talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like
By the way, he was not caught at a trailer park.
No, he was not, but he did some other stuff. I'm curious as to what
do you think?
Alleged, right? Throw in the alleged word. What, if any, ramifications are there with this situation? Or like, what's been the reaction that you have had to everything? And because at first it was more of like a Lakers story, right? Because he sells them, but then there's all this stuff that goes into it in terms of what in the world was going on with this guy and how he was spending his money, etc.
And by the way, Mark Walters is the owner of the Dodgers.
Yeah. So and a Midwesterner too. He's from Cedar Rapids originally.
Creighton undergrad.
Yeah. So he So in essence, what was happening is that they were taking loans from insurance companies that the PE group owned, the private equity group that he ran owned, and using that to fund, sports team purchases or fund other, purchases or whatever behind the scenes. And in and of itself, that's not illegal. There are limits to what you can do, and you have to report it. And what's allegedly happened over the last several years is that they were not reporting this properly. So it was something like $20 billion in loans, I think is what was reported, that was taken from this one Delaware life company, and that's what they've been trying to pay back. So there were some loans that were associated with the Dodgers, which have almost all been paid off. Obviously, I think funding the purchase of the Lakers and Chelsea FC, I think those are the two that have followed into this. To me, it's really unclear as to whether or not the Dodgers, or to what length this was done to purchase the Dodgers. We knew that there was insurance money behind it going back to when he purchased the team in 2013. The question is, was there anything illegal that went on? And I don't have an answer to that right now. Just in reading, because I'm fascinated by the story like everybody else is, and I know next to nothing about business. I mean, like, the best thing that happened to me was that I didn't have to balance my checkbook anymore, that I could just check my account balance every day. So like, I'm not an accountant, and I'm not going to play one on the radio either. But it does look like one of the main parties that's involved, and I can't remember this guy's name, I was just reading about this yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, was hired and kind of took this more aggressive stance in like 2021 or so. So it's not entirely clear if he just didn't know that he had to report, or if he was intentionally making untowards moves, that's what the biggest issue is. I mean, that's why the Security and Exchange Commission and why the feds are looking into it was there something illegal going on here? So I don't know. And I don't know whether or not it's going to affect Dodger ownership. I would think that it comes down to how much money needs to be repaid, and if there are fines, what kind of fines there are to determine that. Because it does sound like there may have been some, and Jeff Passan just did it on his podcast today, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet or listen to it. But there was some apparently money that was used, borrowed against the debt of the television network that the Dodgers have a partial ownership in, to fund some of what they did. But I don't have a full idea of exactly how untowards, or if untowards at all, their business was, or if this was a clerical error by somebody below Mark Walter that he screwed up. Now, I find some of that a little bit hard to believe, but I just don't know enough about it to know whether or not it affects the Dodgers. What I will say, that one of the things that's really fascinating as the ownership turns in Major League Baseball is, you may have seen yesterday that the Padres closed their sale and introduced their new owners, Kwanzaa Jones and Jose Feliciano. Jose Feliciano has long been involved in private equity with a group called Clear Lake. They are the majority owner of Chelsea FC, which is where Mark Walter is trying to unload his partial stake. And if the Padres Dodgers ownership or like rivalry didn't have enough spice to it, apparently the Clear Lake group and Mark Walter's group have been butting heads for the last couple of years on how to run Chelsea. So there's some good stuff potentially down the chute on that, if not anything surrounding the Dodgers, which I just don't have any good reporting on.
I have a great idea.
Oh,
whether it's to pay back the creditors or to pay whatever the fine is or whatever, whoever's owed what by the Dodgers, they just need to put a giant blue bow on top of Shohei's head and leave him on the doorstep.
Oh, interesting.
Here, I think that'll cover the nut.
My guess is that a lot of what's being paid back is being covered by the money that they have made internationally on Shohei Ohtani's existence. So,
and that's a lot.
That's a guess. But yeah, I wish I had more on it.
Yeah,
it's still I will say this: I don't sense that there is enough smoke yet, and there may not ever be surrounding the Dodgers to think that this is fully a Dodgers issue. It may be in the end ancillary when it comes up to somebody who owns a team and has all sorts of other stuff, but I have not gotten anything to that. If it does, I will make sure I share that, but I probably will not be the first to know on that either.
Back to the Cubs for a moment, because for a couple of significant things. Ben Brown has been working his way back. Justin Steele has been throwing some BP. He joined the team last night because he's been doing some work down in your neck of the woods. Could it be a realistic option to have either or both on the playoff roster, at least for short work? If not, Steele, of course, is one of the best starters in the game.
I don't think Steele's going to start this year. I don't think that that's a realistic proposition. I mean, he's just starting to face hitters. I think they have said pretty consistently that their hope is that they could use him potentially out of the bullpen at some point. So I would think that that's I mean, listen, I think the way that the Cubs pitching staff is built, you have to look at it as the way Craig Counsell describes it as, like, we have 13 outgetters, right? And that's what they're going to have in a postseason series. And so some guys may start, but for the most part, it's going to be matchup based. Like Gossman will probably start a game. I would think Clay Holmes at this point looks like he's a favorite to start one of the postseason games. And otherwise, it's going to be shuttling guys kind of in and out based on matchups like he did with the Brewers. I would focus more on that, but I would say that if they can get guys like Steele and Ben Brown and Cabrera and Shelby Miller, who sounds like he's getting close, back, those would be huge benefits, just because you start moving those four guys over the four guys at the bottom of the roster. And I mean, Aaron Savali's done a nice job for them. Colin Ray's done a nice job for them. But if you can upgrade from those spots for your postseason roster, you're going to take it.
Absolutely.
Mike, is PCA going to win the MVP? Because if not, a certain someone to my right is going to be complaining about it all season long. And I just don't want to keep doing MVP segments on the show. I'm a little worried.
I'm not going to complain.
I mean, I'm the wrong guy to talk to about awards. You know that. So
that's why I'm asking you.
I mean, I think it's still too early to tell. We've got 30 some odd games left. Let's wait another month and then see. I don't know how the voters are going to react when Ohtani comes back and starts pitching again in another week and a half. Is that going to be enough to put him back over the top? Has PCA's defense done enough? How old are the voters? I think is another, and you may think that I'm joking on that, but I'm not.
No, yeah. Are they tired of voting for Shohei?
Well,
right?
But I mean, I think there is Ohtani fatigue for sure, but I just mean, like, there are, so the way the vote works for each of the awards is that it's 2 beats in each of the markets. So there's 30 writers that vote for it. And generally the big ones get the most, the most prominent locals. And sometimes if you don't have enough people in your chapter, then they bring in some of the national guys. And, there's a difference in the Arizona chapter. And even though they're not that disparate in age, but the way Bob Nightingale views baseball and the way Nick Picoro, who covers the Diamondbacks of the Arizona Republic, views baseball, right? And so, Nick is very new school and Bob is a little bit more old school. And so, what does the electorate look like? Like, a lot of PCA's argument has to do with the fact that his defense has been sensational and that his wins above replacement total is amplified by the fact that he's been, arguably the best defender. And I think by outs above average, the best defender in the game. And so, are you going to use that to outweigh the fact that Ohtani's had a 2 ERA when he pitched? I don't know the answer to that. I would think that it's going to be, I would say that once we find out, which we won't find out until we actually see the vote, who the electorate is, it'll make a lot of sense as to who they vote for.
Despite the fact that the big dump hit 3 homers.
Big dumper, John. Big dumper.
Oh, sorry.
He's back.
And beat the Phillies.
Yeah.
The Phillies have clipped 6 games off the Braves lead in the last 2 weeks, and they're within 3 games of first place when it looked like Atlanta was just going to walk to the finish line. It kind of feels like game is back on in the East.
It does a little bit, and I'm a little surprised with the way the Phillies had been trending, but it really does seem like the Luis Ariz addition at least gave them one more competent hitter. What's been weird is that it's not like everybody around him has been hitting, but everybody's decided to take their walks. Like Bryce Harper's on base percentage is over 500. He stopped chasing with Ariz hitting behind him because it feels like I'm going to make some assumptions. I won't see them until next week, but that he feels like that there's somebody competent behind him that he can pass the torch. So that's helped. Their rotation outside of their best starter has been really good too. Zach Wheeler has struggled over the last month, including last night when he gave up 2 of those home runs that you mentioned to Cal Raleigh. So there are a lot of positives for the Phillies. I mean, this is a good team. They're just a little bit older. And the question is, can they hold on? I think the other part is that the Braves offense hasn't really been consistent since the beginning of June. I think they have a lot of question marks in their rotation. The bullpen's been very good all season long. And those 2 play a 4-game set Labor Day weekend in Philly, which could get pretty interesting with them going head-to-head if we are within a couple of games.
It should be a lot of fun. Maybe some – and the Yankees are a little bit closer to the
and the Mariners are only 3 games back.
Well, but
right, Mike, the Mariners
winning that division is like winning the old Big 12 North.
It still counts, John. You still get to go to the playoffs.
There's a non-zero chance that we end up with 2 playoff teams under 500 in the American League, wild card, and the American League Western Division champions. I do think that the Mariners still have a chance.
I hate this.
This is not to get just to get Stibbs' hopes up, but because I do like crushing Stibbs' hopes and dreams. But 17 of the Mariners' last 22 games are against the Angels, the A's, and the Rockies, and they're bad.
Remember the NFC West that one time they had that Sunday night football game between the Rams and Seahawks?
We had one bad year.
Terrible.
Meanwhile, your division's been crap.
I mean, come on. There have been plenty of wild card teams at 7-9 in NFL history.
Oh, so I know.
Not wild card teams, division champs that we've had that are sub 500.
In 1994, Josh, here's your history. When the strike shut down the season, the Texas Rangers led the American League West. This was the first year of the 3-division format. Yeah. They were 10 games under 500.
Holy God.
Yeah, people forget that they all wax poetic about.
What's his name was on his way to 61. Right?
I mean Matt Williams might hit 61.
Right. Tony Gwynn could hit 400.
But people
Tony
forget
Gwynn 400.
that we could have ended up with the 10 games under 500 Ranger.
But think
team
about the
playoffs.
Expos. That would have been cool to have the Expos in the playoffs. That'd have been cool.
They still left Montreal.
Yeah, that would have taken it all the way back to 1981 with that. But what would have happened, right? As they play out that season, the Expos would have lost the division to the Braves because the Braves have had a long history at that time of running down.
Yes, they did.
The division leaders.
They won 14 in a row at that time, didn't they? Except for that year because it got canceled.
Yeah,
I think they won 14 straight.
So they may have run them down. Maybe they would have been in the first wild card round. Maybe they get knocked out in the first round. Matt Williams undoubtedly wouldn't have gotten to 60. Wow. Tony Gwynn probably wouldn't have hit 400. All these things. We like to romanticize these things that we can't.
So Mike Farron, strike of 94, good for baseball.
Thank God for the strike.
Hey, get ready because here comes the lockout.
Yeah, we're going to run it back.
And here comes the lockout. Exactly.
Here comes the pretzels.
You got 7 days to go into your lab and get your record ready.
I started working on it because 20 minutes ago because I thought that I was going to have to make a pick today. And clearly
not yet.
I'm nothing if not prepared for this. But I'll have to go back and look. Who do you should I read Phil Steele? Should I read the real Phil Steele or some of the AI Phil Steele to get a better idea?
Were you gone when that happened?
No.
You must have been gone. So Phil Steele tweeted a couple weeks ago when you were on vacation that there's 4 versions of his magazine on Amazon that are between 50 and 90 pages. They're not his. Some listener tweeted him or reader was like, "Your magazine sucks this year. Why is it only 90 pages?" he was like, wait, what are you talking about?
Man, can you imagine with that teeny tiny print and all the
AI
grammatical
errors?
shorthand? I bet AI actually made the grammar easier to read.
Well, I'll try and figure out where I think they're going to finish in the. I think they're probably going to win some football games and lose some others. That's where I'm going to go right now.
Good take.
Famously, 10 years in a row, they have not hit the over on their win total.
What's it at right now?
6.5.
Oh, I feel like okay.
Think about it.
I'll work on that.
Barack
I'll work on
Obama was POTUS the last time Nebraska hit the over. It's been that long.
That is true. And the Cubs won the World Series.
Thanks a lot, Obama.
Thanks, Obama. Bring him back. Nebraska could be good again, maybe.
All right, we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys, take care.
Here goes Mike Farron, Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio. When we come back, we have more from Troy Dannen, and this time he addresses patience. Patience.
So you're talking about Dannen. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Nick.
I was doing my job to hit the drop, and Josh tried to commandeer the mouse from me.
Well, because he kept thinking you were, obsessed by watching this.
The celebration!
33-year-old Thanksgiving game. By the way, it's 7-7.
Let's go, Cowboys!
I hope they lose.
Yeah? Oh, wow. Those NFL coats the football coats are hilarious.
I wonder,
they have to be big enough for the pads.
Yeah, I wonder how big they are if you just wore it without pads.
I saw there was a coach at my high school, Nick, who wore one time to school. He looked hilarious. He looked like a little kid wearing his dad's coat. All right, more Dannen.
Coming up next, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Before we get back to the Troy Dannen stuff, just a quick recap. So the Big Ten today did adopt a rule that prohibits football players, and this is just football. They've only addressed football
for now,
who have signed pro contracts from returning to play in college. Of course, this is in response to Daquan Wright, the former Ole Miss tight end,
who's now joining LSU.
Is joining LSU
after missing or after playing with the Browns and clearing waivers in the NFL.
Yeah, he had two. Actually,
what a sentence!
He'd been with two different franchises in just a short period of time. So the administrators unanimously approved the rule. This is the Big Ten only for the moment, prohibiting football players who have signed a pro contract, were on a professional roster at any point, or declared for the NFL draft as an underclassman without withdrawing. So that is what they have approved. Now, this again, just football, because the basketball situation is even more complex when you include the G League and all of the professionals from Europe.
We talked about it recently. Why is a foreign-born, Luka Doncic, for example, who played in the leagues over there? Well, gosh, we can just go with any of the many local players around here.
Sure.
But why are those guys allowed to do that? And
correct.
Because if I'm an American born and I go to the G League, I'd say, well, why is that any different than playing in Slovenia or whatever it is? And so, as you mentioned, it is. Well, I don't know if you did mention it, but it is guys who were actually placed on the 90-man roster. So, for example, and Andy Staples just tweeted this out a few minutes ago, there's a UCLA linebacker who was a JMU transfer, Trent Hendrick. He is allowed to play this season because he was only given a tryout with the Browns, and he was never placed on a 90-man roster. So he did not make it to when training camp started last month. He was not on any of those rosters. So he must have participated in some sort of a rookie camp earlier this year, spring or summer. So he is allowed. And so there will be those types of players as well who will be allowed to play college football. But at the very least, I think we would all agree this is a really good first step from the Big Ten Conference. Really good first step.
The other leagues have talked about it. It would not surprise me if they didn't follow suit. It obviously will be a lot more complicated in the SEC, where one very high-profile case has already taken shape.
Yeah.
And whether or not that will happen or not, we will see.
Tony says, proactive Big Ten? Wow, that's shocking. It is. Again, far be it for John to give up and give any kudos to the conference, but they actually pulled this off, it seems. Now, we'll see. I have zero doubt that there will be some sort of a lawsuit coming, but, you got to do what you got to do.
At some point, you just have to say,
oh, wow, here we go. Schools that violate the Big Ten's NFL rule will result in a coach suspension of 50% of its contests and an institutional fine. Bring on the courts. You still have to get punished.
Yeah.
A court can't unpunish you for that.
Exactly.
It's a conference rule. So good for the Big Ten.
How long do you think the suspension would be, though?
It says half of the games.
Half the games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, at some point, you just have to say, screw the ambulance chasers. This is something that obviously people do not want to see, and we're going to put a stop to it.
And we played the clip from Dannen earlier. We don't have to do this. It's essentially what he was saying. We don't have to.
The problem is you can't trust everyone else to collude to keep these players out. Yeah, so you do need to have a conference rule.
They did it.
But it's nice to have it codified where you don't have to go behind the scenes and collude to not make it happen.
Correct.
All right. Here was Troy Dannen.
Mm-hmm.
One more quote that he had from his appearance last night on Huskers Radio Network.
I also think, and I don't like to give this excuse, but the program was fairly well broken. You don't come into a program with 7 or 8 years in a row without going to a bowl game and think that you're just going to pick up and run. And so, I think one of the things I saw with Fred is Fred was given the grace of patience. Now, I think expectations, walking in the door were different because we had not done it in basketball and we have done it in football. But there was a need for a grace of patience and tolerance to get this thing back. And I think he's got the right staff in the room now. But moving ahead, fast forwarding into the set of rules, when I got here, the player costs are up 400% from when I arrived. And so it is a different world from that standpoint. And
Fred Hoiberg has been both a blessing and a curse to Matt Rule.
Yes, he has. On one hand, why can't you be as good as Fred? Why can't you do that? On the other hand, well, Fred did get a lot of time. He was able to work through a lot of his,
and that's the
his
blessing,
struggle.
and that's
Yep.
what you heard right there.
100%.
Is Petiti is going to use the Hoiberg defense.
Dannen,
sorry.
That'd be awesome.
I was reading something by Kyle talking about Petiti. Dannen is going to give Matt Rule. I mean, he doesn't necessarily need Fred Hoiberg to do it, but it makes it an easier sell.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Dannen already gave Matt Rule the biggest gift of all, and that was the contract extension.
Correct.
Without any real motivation to need to do it.
With no real need to do it.
Exactly.
Pesky Blues. I've been saying it. Rule needs time, or as much time as Fred. Remember, Pesky Blues, not a Nebraska football fan. Chance in Texas writes, here's the thing with Dannon's comments on the program being broken. I don't disagree. I just don't think Rule has done enough in his time here. He mentions the staff. The staff is the best it's been.
Matt Rule.
Who hired the original staff?
Yeah.
Why have there been so many coordinators? You know, why have there been so many assistant coaches?
Yeah.
It's not that, look, Nick Saban's first staff at Alabama, I think he moved on from his OC immediately. So it's not to say that you can't, make a mistake or two along the way. But that's on him, and that's on the way that the program has tried to put itself together.
Hokie skirt through these gates walk the most impatient fans in college football.
No one's demanding anything.
Yeah.
No one's saying to fire the guy.
There are always going to be a few. But,
yes,
but the vast
and you're not
vast
saying
majority are not saying that because they do believe in the Fred Hoiberg defense. Also, they don't want to go through another coaching change, the Jack Mitchell defense.
Yeah, for sure.
Or they are, as we are, aware of the situation. It's too expensive to fire him.
Yeah, it's not even a conversation for me. We got a long email.
Sure.
I don't know if we'll have time for it at all this week, but it was basically like, you guys are wrong for saying that there is no chance of it. I don't think we are, man. I don't think we are. I think that I feel very comfortable in saying nothing's going to happen.
No, nothing is going to. It would have to actually. It would have to actually go
pay
after,
that much money.
It would have to go off the rails to the point of
2 and 10 off the rails.
That and probably or a scandal.
Yeah, for sure.
Honestly.
Yeah.
So
also, I agree with Strigori. Asking to be a quality football team in year 4 is not asking for too much or impatience. It absolutely isn't. Like that Rule, and I kind of wanted to hit on this. We just never had time. But when the whole tiers thing came out, recently, or the AP Top 25, and there's just this collective. Yeah, of course, that's where they rank. And the question that I have is, but should that be the expectation? So that they're not a preseason top 25 team, or that their coach is in this 4th tier of coaches. He's not paid that way. He's paid to be in tier 1, or at least close.
He is.
Maybe not tier 1. That's the national chance, but you certainly want him higher than he's been.
The whole idea of Nebraska's not paying enough or investing enough beyond, what they're saying about NIL is a fallacy. I mean, come on. They're paying the coaches a lot. They have a 77-person staff. 77. They have basically a coach per player.
Yeah. Nice.
Or a support staff member per player. Yeah. It's a huge operation.
Yeah, certainly is.
Coming up next, speaking of said operation, what did that operation say today? At Offensive Media Day.
They talked about the running backs. There was a lot of running back talk.
Running backs. All right. We'll get Michael Bruns's thoughts from Husker247.com next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
So we've been watching this classic 1993 Thanksgiving game, the Leon Lett game, the Dolphins and the Cowboys. This is how dumb the people are in Dallas. They uncover most of the yard lines, and they bother to uncover the numbers, but they didn't uncover the lines. I'm like,
it was a different time in the 90s, John. It was a much different time.
Why don't you just guess where they are? You know, apparently they needed more shovel scoopers.
Apparently, it didn't have a time.
Michael Brunts, how are you, my friend?
Not bad. How are you guys doing?
Excellent, Bruns. Football is almost here. I know you're going to be up late watching the UNLV game on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's a sicko's delight in week 0. You've got that game. You've got Hawaii and Stanford. I believe.
Oh yeah.
You've got San Jose State and USC.
Oh yeah.
There's some awesomely bad West Coast games if you're so inclined. So I'm excited. Real excited for that.
A reminder that Fired Up for Football returns on its weekly place
A+
tomorrow.
A+. Sorry, I don't mean to tease anything. I know, spoiler alert. Sorry.
And we'll recap all of the noteworthy games.
We will. All of them. All of them. Bruns just ran through some of them.
Speaking of noteworthy, today the offensive coaches got their turns at the mic. What noteworthy stuff were you able to glean?
What did I glean? I gleaned that the running back group is going to there's going to be a starter.
Breaking news!
But there are multiple starters.
We're going back to the wish. We're going to the wishbone.
Yes.
Yes.
Or for those of you from Millard North, the wing bone. You want to do that too. So.
Oh man, that is going to trigger some people.
Yeah. But yeah, I think, at least I've been approaching it this way. I think most have too, that you basically have probably a pool of running backs that are a little bit higher than the other running backs. Jamal Rule, Isaiah Mosey, and Mekhi Nelson. Quentin Ives probably is your short down back, at least to start out with. Sounds like Jamal Rule is also going to get a crack at that. And we'll see what the depth chart looks like. I mean, when you're kind of looking at position groups that feel like you might have a couple oars in there, I mean that might be one that I think would kind of fit the bill to have a couple oars on the original depth chart. But EJ Barthel said that this is the strongest room he's had. He's doubled down on that. And I think they feel like they've got overall strength in that room. It's just a matter of, who gets the starting nod and whether they're ready to kind of run with the ball when they get it.
All right, Bruns, I'm going to ask you to make a prediction then based off of what you just said. What is the order of the carries by running backs in game number 1? And in game number 12, how different is that order? Is it going to be the same, or do you think we're going to see a different guy as the starter when they play Iowa versus game 1 against Ohio?
I don't know about different starter. I mean, I think the running back that I'm watching most closely is Jamal Rule. I mean, I think, he's going to be in that top group to start with. And, does that kind of take immediately? We'll see. I mean, he's a true freshman. He's, I think added weight since the spring. He kind of has that, I think, extra burst at 215 pounds. He looks like a natural runner to me. And I think long term, he has the potential to be the guy there. I don't know that he necessarily will be right out of the gate, but it feels like once he gets the pass protection piece of it down, once you just get some experience and some reps against somebody that's not wearing the same jersey as you, I think he's going to be able to maybe do something with that. So I think it will, the potential for it to look different, even before Iowa. I mean, I think that's definitely there. And I think he's probably the back that's most intriguing to me, just because, he's the shiny new toy, but also, I think he has a skill set where he can do a lot of good things and not have to be so situational.
Michael Brunt's joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. At this point, are we going to run under the assumption that Gunnar Gatula is the starting right tackle?
He's one of the best five, and I think that's where it makes sense. The fact that he's had a great camp, on his own, and then you've had, Tree Babalade has been limited for over a week, and that's the challenge, I think, with having depth, is that if a guy misses a week or 10 days or whatever of fall camp, I mean, that's kind of a lot to come back from, especially if you have depth behind him that, get in there and play well. So I would lean towards him likely getting the starting nod there. Just we'll see if that's the case. But, Babalade hadn't been in there for, I want to say it was like 10 days or so, the last time we heard from coaches last week. So, I think Gatula is finally healthy. I think he's finally, he's a third or fourth year guy, and it's time for him to make a move, and he's really kind of run with the opportunity. So even just seeing him in the limited time that we get, before practice during fall camp, he looks like a different player. Just reshaped his body in a good way, and like I said, I mean, I think the biggest thing for him has always just been the health piece of it and being able to stay on the field.
Brunts, over the weekend, Jack Mitchell and I had a discussion about how the first three games of the season, because of who they're against, are going to bring about that kind of classic hedging of any opinions from people, right? Whether you leave the game and it's like, yeah, I don't know what we really learned because it was Ohio or Bowling Green. Yeah. And that the only things we could learn in theory could be negative things. Well, they sucked at this against Bowling Green. That could be a problem. I wonder, though, so is my setup to ask you this. What do you think we can take away, or will be something that by the end of the first three games that you will be able to take away, but is a positive, that you will say, yeah, I want to stand on the ground of having this opinion, and it's a positive one, not something negative, even if the opponents are not very good?
Yeah, DC and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, because it is challenging. Like, what are you going to know against an Ohio team that has like 17 new starters, a new quarterback, a new head coach? I mean, there's caveats for days.
Yep.
In this non-conference schedule. And I think what I kind of landed on was, think back to like that Minnesota game and a couple of years ago, where guys were not the bad one, but the less bad one, where right out of the chutes, things just kind of looked different on defense. Like,
yes.
There was an
flying around,
extra kind of gear that they were going to. The tackling was really good. It looked, for the most part, pretty fundamentally sound. Like, I think, especially with breaking in a new defensive coordinator, a bunch of new assistant coaches on defense, I'm eager to see if Nebraska kind of has that same juice on defense. Like, if guys are flying around, if they're tackling relatively well, apart from the scheme and scheming up pressure and all that other stuff, but if guys just look like they're playing good defense, and you know it when you see it. Like, I think if that's there over those three games, I think that's a good sign. And I think it's one of those things you'll be able to tell relatively quickly if it's there or not, against Ohio and against Bowling Green. So I think that's kind of what I would look towards, is like, is this defensive reset again going to kind of bear the same fruit that it did, at least initially, for Tony White and that defense? So I think you'll be able to see that in those first couple of games.
It seems as if there might be a little bit of a catch-22 in these first three games in terms of getting backups in, namely at quarterback. I mean, you're breaking in a new offense with a new quarterback, so you want to get Calandria, definitely game ready for conference play. But at the same time, these might be the only games you get a chance to really get a good look at TJ Lateef and Danny Kalen in a backup role. How important do you think, and how much of a priority do you think it is going to be, assuming that Nebraska takes care of business, that we see some Lateef and Kalen snaps in the non-conference?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as the game is comfortably in hand, I mean, I don't think you want Calandre out there extending plays in the third quarter if you don't have to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to see how those other guys operate. And again, I mean, TJ Lateef, I mean, the last time we saw him, I think he was fairly limited against Utah with that injury.
Yep.
Obviously was limited against Iowa. So, I mean, you've seen, basically about a game or so where he wasn't hobbled or, was at least playing full strength. So I think absolutely. I mean, I think you want to be able to get as many guys into that game and especially too at certain spots. I mean, you want to see, the defensive line, if you've got more guys on that depth chart that can maybe help you and give you, 10 snaps or something like that when you get to Big Ten play. Like what is, is Dylan Berryman ready? Like that's one question that hopefully you can answer coming out of those games. Even going back to the running back piece of it, I mean, you get an extended look at some of those guys if they're running a little bit differently, if the vision's good, that kind of thing. So I think absolutely if you can, as long as you're not in like a one-score game in the third quarter, I think you want to do everything you can to get some looks at those guys. And I mean, you don't have the redshirt number question anymore. So by all means, start cycling guys in and out. I think it's kind of demanded now when you're playing those types of games in your non-conference.
Bruns, last one from me. You had a nice little roundup of the national scribes and what they are predicting as the season is about to begin for Nebraska in bowl games. And multiple people have Nebraska playing UCF in the Cactus Bowl. How do you think that this place would handle, or could we handle Nebraska going up against Scott Frost just a few years removed from his firing?
I don't know. I don't think anybody would like that.
I would.
I don't think fans would.
He would hate it. Frost would despise it.
He would hate it.
I don't think Rule would like it either.
Maybe not. I mean, there's. I don't know if there's. There's probably a little bit of lingering animosity there. I don't know, but I don't. Cactus Bowl the day after Christmas. I don't know. That doesn't get me too excited, but I mean, it would be. It'd be a heck of a storyline for sure. I mean, that would be one way to get some eyes on that game with that kind of a matchup. But it's kind of all over the place. But you had two of them there picking that one. I guess they've got senses of humor for the way too early bowl projections.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you need to know is it's the way too early bowl projections. And
hey, I gave him a click.
None of these will be right.
I gave him a click.
I will never give those things a click.
Click away. Show me any NCAA tournament projections now, and I'll click on those too.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, give me the bracketology. I'm clicking the heck out of that.
Yeah, how about that one recently, Bruns? I mean, you would love that. Save you some money. Save the CBS Sports company, parent company on traveling you guys around. That'd be great.
Yeah, I could have dance over at the house.
Oh, God. How awesome would that be?
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. All right, Brunsy, get your season prediction ready to go for next week.
I'm ready.
Awesome.
Oh, he's ready.
Well, save it. We'll save it. We got to save it.
We'll save it.
Save it. Talk to you next week, Bruns.
Yep, see you guys.
Michael Bruns joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
I can't believe you're not clicking on these. By the way, speaking of stuff, I saw Bet365.
First of all, I don't care about the damn bowl games anyway.
Well,
much less about a prediction that's 6 months in advance.
Imagine the thumbnail if Nebraska beats Scott Frost's ass in a bowl game. Also, speaking of way too early, how about this, John? We have Big East win totals via Bet365. Shout out to Platcat for putting these on the internet. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
No, I did not.
Okay, this is Big East over under. What do you think the number is for the Blue Jays?
Is this regular? Is this
conference wins?
Oh, conference
wins.
Wow.
They play 20 of those games every year, John. What's the win total in the Big East?
9.5.
10.5, hater.
I was guessing.
All right, so you go under apparently.
No, I didn't say I would go under. I was guessing on where the line would be.
Okay, perfect. By the way, speaking of Blue Jays, we're going to have a dear old friend stop by. Our first in-studio interview next week.
Finally, we get to utilize this nice, big, wide studio.
Sit on down.
With plenty of room and
It's gonna be nice.
and leg room, so he's not having to bump his legs up against the edge of the table.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Marcus Blossom will join us next week.
Nice get, Nick.
By then, I'm sure we'll have copious number of new lawsuits in college sports that we can react.
Crap, we will have to talk to him about that, won't we?
Of course.
All right.
Well, coming up next,
here come the Irish.
25 teams in 25 grums. Eric Hansen from Inside Notre Dame Sports will join us. The Fighting Irish.
They're good.
Get ready to hear that fight song, baby. And maybe another song.
What?
We'll explain with Eric Hansen in 25 teams and 25 grums next on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Price gets away from one, across the 20, finds a crease to Dorian Price. He has done this before. Price extends away. Touchdown Notre Dame. Jadorian to Jahouse.
Jeremiah Love with a spin. Here he goes. Jeremiah Love. A 56-yard touchdown run with a spin move.
They faked it. And a beautifully executed fake down the left sideline, inside the 20, and the speed all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
25 teams is under the Golden Dome, and one of the schools that certainly has national championship or bust aspirations this year. We're talking about the Fighting Irish. Eric Hansen, who works for Inside ND Sports, member of the Rivals.com network, joining us to help us preview the Irish. Eric, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
So is it national title or bust?
In a lot of people's minds, it is. I think they would be very disappointed if they at least didn't get to the Final Four. You know, for someone that's been in this market since 1988, which is the last time Notre Dame won a national title, this is the best roster I've seen since the late 80s, early 90s of the Holtz years. But having a great roster and having a great team are two different things. But I think the potential for the national championship is there. And if they don't get close, I do think there's going to be a lot of disappointment.
Eric, to kind of piggyback off that question from John, like, has it been since then where the preseason expectations were as high as they are right now? I mean, like, I know in the Charlie Weiss era, especially after 2005, they were pretty high. Yeah. You know, a couple of years ago, like last year, right? Like, but this seems quite different, at least in my lifetime.
I think it does. Yeah, they've been, I mean, they came in at number 4 in the preseason poll, which is their highest preseason ranking since 2006, which was a Charlie Weiss year. Yeah, I think it is, just because, like, when you go through camp, people go, well, what's the weakest link? You know, what's the weakest position group? Somebody asked that on our Football Never Sleep show last night on YouTube, and I was like, kicker, maybe? I don't know. And he's pretty good. It was the Purdue's kicker. They stole him from Purdue's roster. So yes, I would say the expectations are very high. Now, Notre Dame fans, I don't know if Nebraska fans are the same way. They're jinx weary, and so they don't want to say it out loud. You know, they're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Talking with Eric Hansen, Rivals.com, Inside ND Sports, as we preview the Irish and 25 teams. So CJ Carr is back and certainly had a tremendous season a year ago, and some believe he's going to be in that running for a very high draft pick in the upcoming NFL draft. What do you see this season as his next step on the road to progress?
I was talking to somebody inside yesterday, kind of an inside source, and he has, you know, the thing about him is he's made so much improvement from last year to this year, this off season. He's been so driven. So there's not a big to-do list here, but I would say the biggest one in his next step of his evolution, at least from an inside standpoint, is not trying to do too much. You know, sometimes when you're that gifted and you're that good at the line of scrimmage, you know, you want to check out every play that's not perfect. And sometimes you need to just run the play. And also sometimes you got to count on your teammates and not try to do everything, not try to force the ball into a tight window. Maybe you just scramble for 3 yards, or maybe you do a check down. I think that's the next, because right now he's playing with such confidence. Maybe you make an unnecessarily risky throw. But in the offseason, he's more athletic than he was last year. He's a better runner, better scrambler. He processes the line of scrimmage better. He's a better leader, and he's bringing people with him. And so, again, the list is short, but that would be the one that I would point out.
Eric, this is besides the point for 26, but was the quarterback battle with him and Minchie last year as close as, obviously we got to know Kenny Minchie for like a day around here, and then he went to Kentucky. Was it as close as all the reports made it seem when we were going into our research back in January?
I think that CJ Carr was always kind of in the number one position, but I think Kenny Minchie's surge in the summer was real. He made up so much ground. So it wasn't like CJ came back to the pack. It was this incredible improvement from Kenny Minchie that made it a competition for a couple weeks. And then they ended up naming CJ Carr. And I think had CJ gotten hurt early in the season, they would have won with Kenny Minchie. I think he is a really good quarterback. And yeah, I forgot that he had a little stop over there at Nebraska.
It was little. It was little.
Yeah.
We had a day of Minchie, and then that was it.
Right.
I think Eric, we did like a segment about him one day saying, well, they got their quarterback, and literally the next day, never mind, they don't have their quarterback anymore. It was pretty crazy.
I think he'll do really a good job at Kentucky, but that surge was real. But I felt like CJ was going to win that all along.
Back to this year's Fighting Irish, talking with Eric Hansen of Rivals.com. We've talked about Ohio State obviously being around the Big Ten Conference, and they've become wide receiver U. So deep, in fact, that Notre Dame actually went in the portal and got a couple of guys from Ohio State, Quincy Porter, Mylan Graham. How much is expected from either or both of these guys this year?
They're really good. Quincy has had knee surgery when he was in the portal. It was patellar tendon surgery, and they thought by June he'd be 100%. He's still not 100% yet. He just had a procedure, kind of a cleanup procedure last week. And so I don't think we're going to see him in the opener, but I think we'll see him in September. And he's this tall boundary receiver playing behind Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State, 6'4". I think he can be a huge impact player. And the people I talk to, they talk, if you guys remember Michael Floyd from when he was at Notre Dame, he would have a similar impact. Mylan Graham is a freak. He's a super fast guy. He can play on the outside. He can play in the slot. He had a great spring. He's learning more and more about the offense. Those were two very, very good pickups. Notre Dame hasn't been the best at recruiting wide receivers. Boy, you get those two guys. And this was different for Notre Dame. Those two, a year or two ago, wouldn't have been able to get through admissions, not because they're bad students, but because Notre Dame didn't take guys that just finished their freshman or sophomore seasons somewhere else. And they've figured out the transfer credit problem with that. And so 7 of their 8 transfers in this class were underclassmen.
Eric's sticking with the skill positions and kind of going broader, but Malachi Fields, of course, from the receiver room, he's off to the pros. Love and Price are gone from the running back room as well. Which of those 3 do the Irish feel most comfortable about, being able to replace? Maybe not all the way there production-wise, but still pretty good. And which one is it like, crap, this is going to be maybe one of our biggest challenges, along with kicker, as you mentioned at the start of the interview?
Yeah. I think from the outside looking in, people look at the running backs and go, oh my gosh, you lost 2 number 1 picks, 2 All-Americans. What we've seen is they're going to be a lot better than people think. Now, they don't have a lot of experience. They had that group of 5 had 38 carries among them last year. One guy had a torn ACL, Keedron Young, who is a bigger kind of Audric Estime kind of back. Their alpha is going to be a kid from St. Louis, Aeneas Williams. They will go 4 deep. But I was talking to an NFL scout that came to practice, and they have a freshman named Jonas Walton, and he said, that guy's a freshman? He goes, that is a future first-round pick right there, just me watching practice. So maybe there's some inexperience problems early in the season, but there's a lot of talent there. Quincy Porter is Malachi Fields' replacement, and there's a whole bunch of other boundary receivers. Jerome Bettis Jr.'s kid is one of them. Larry Fitzgerald's kid, Devin, is another one of them.
Wow, there's some DNA.
Yeah, so those are the guys that are backing up Quincy Porter. So if he's not ready, you'll see those guys roll out along with Micah Gilbert. And this is why, I'm an AP voter, and you catch a lot of grief for voting Notre Dame number 2 if you're the Notre Dame beat writer. But you have to have the thick skin to defend what you feel. If I had picked them lower, I would have had to defend that as well. I don't have a problem with that. But that's one of the reasons I picked them so high, is because all these seeming problems they found fixes for. And one of the reasons was not getting into the playoff. They had such a longer runway to fix things and get this team in order starting in December rather than starting in late January.
Eric Hansen joining us from Inside ND Sports. It's a member of the Rivals Network. We're previewing the Fighting Irish in 25 teams and 25 grums. Switching sides of the ball, as opposed to a lot of teams we've done in this segment, Eric, Notre Dame returns a lot of people with playing experience on the defensive side. So where do you anticipate the weaknesses will be on defense?
It's the same problem. Usually it's their defensive line. When you looked at the 2024 championship game with Ohio State, the two position groups where they lagged way behind Ohio State were defensive line and wide receiver. They've shored up the defensive line with recruiting, with a new position coach, Charlie Partridge, who has bounced around. He was, maybe you probably remember him best from Pitt. He was most recently with the Colts for 2 years. He is a star when it comes to recruiting. He's been getting 5-star guys right and left, which isn't typical for Notre Dame at that position group. They also did really well in the portal. They went out and got Keon Keeley from Alabama. He was, I think, the number 2 player coming out of college in 2023. Hasn't played like that at Alabama, but that guy is still inside that body, and it's starting to come out. Kid named Francis Brew from Pitt, who is really, really good, and he still has another year as well. So their defensive line, you would normally think. And then Marcus Freeman the other day was asked, what position group are you most happy with? Defensive line was the number 1. So, I mean, it's hard. Their linebackers, you look, Pro Football Focus rates these guys. They have the number 1 and number 6 linebacker coming back. Those are their starters. And then you look at their secondary. Leonard Moore, cornerback, was a unanimous All-American. Briante Johnson. He was Tay Johnson. He changed his name, I think, to rhyme with Beyonce. Briante. He is a preseason All-American. Adon Schuler's ended up on some All-American teams. They got a cornerback out of Colorado that Primetime says is going to be a future first-round draft pick. So they're loaded at a lot of spots if they stay healthy, and they're pretty deep too. I talked to somebody again the other day that's been watching Notre Dame defenses for decades, and he said this is the best one. So it's hard not to get excited if you're a Notre Dame fan, but again, they have that kind of jinx complex. So they're going to say this is rat poison.
Eric, sticking with the secondary, is there an argument to be made? It's the strength of the whole team, certainly the defensive side of the ball.
I think so. I mean, you watch them in practice and you go, okay, where do you throw the ball? I think the guy that they'll probably try to attack, and they did last year, is a guy named Christian Gray. He was the starting field corner, so he was outside. He is now their nickel. And they're going to face some good slot receivers, including the young man from Miami, Malachi Toney, in November in that epic matchup. And he tore them up last year with a different nickel playing there. But Christian Gray has had an amazing fall. I'd say if I'm a opposing offensive coordinator, that's still where I'm going to try to pick that. And the kid from DJ McKinney, the kid from Colorado. But I don't know. I mean, they have these 2 freshman corners that are 5 stars. And if you think about some of the Brian Kelly teams, both of those guys would have started. They are 3rd string on this team. So they're loaded. It's weird to talk because I'm the kind of guy that's always kind of looking for those soft spots. What could go wrong here? What can they fix? And it's like, I don't know. I'm baffled. I think they need to fix the media.
Inside ND Sports, one of the media who covers the Irish. So you mentioned Miami a moment ago. Is it too simplistic to say that this is a 2-game regular season with Miami and then the road trip to Provo against BYU?
I think it is, because there's always some surprises, and Notre Dame has had a history in Marcus Freeman. I think they're past it. But even in the season they got to the championship game, they lost to Northern Illinois.
Yeah.
They lost to Marshall his first season. There's been some icky surprises and then some huge redemption games. I don't think year 5 of Marcus Freeman we're going to see that. I would throw SMU as a team to be weary of. I think they're pretty good. They're ranked, and that's going to be in November after they played Miami and BYU. So they may be, okay, we've got the worst ones behind us. I think they're pretty good. And there may be somebody else that kind of jumps out. I'm not sure which team that would be. Maybe Navy, just because it's a weird offense and it comes between the BYU and Miami game. The placement of that game might make it a little bit difficult. You go from, Bear Bachmeier and BYU, then you go to triple option, then you go back to a conventional offense. You got a little whiplash there. So Navy might be a little bit tough, and they're picked to win their conference.
Incredible.
Well, Eric, you mentioned it to us off the air, but you got a couple of friends here in Nebraska, including a gentleman from Lincoln who's a huge Notre Dame fan and has actually penned a song and performed a song that the Irish are using as their hype video, as motivation. 30 years ago around here, it was unfinished business when Nebraska came close to beating Florida State, and then they beat Miami the next year, won their first title under Tom Osborne. Well, Notre Dame's kind of in that spot this year. Tell us about Piano Man from Steve, your friend.
Right. So I met him a couple years ago, just kind of a random thing. He's a guy that does Billy Joel and Elton John covers and does some of his own original music. Anyways, we became friends. We just happened to be talking about Notre Dame, and he had written a jingle for our Football Never Sleeps show. And I said, one of the people on our message board said, you ought to write a song for Notre Dame's 2026 season. And he goes, And about 3 days later, he goes, here it is. And we rolled it out on our Football Never Sleeps show. It's on YouTube now. One of my friends sent it to Marcus. Well, a couple of them that are pretty influential Notre Dame alums sent it to Marcus Freeman. He loved it. It's called Leave No Doubt. You can find it on YouTube. Just type in Piano Man Steve and Leave No Doubt into the search bar for YouTube, and you'll find it. And it's been a lot of fun, and we'll see if it grows bigger. But right now, a lot of people are digging it, and we're having fun, kind of putting it together. Me with my 0.3%, just kind of telling them some things that might make good lyrics, and him with doing the rest.
Well, Eric, we appreciate the time. Eric Hansen, Rivals.com, Inside ND Sports. We're going to play us out. Nick's going to play a bit of a snippet here. This is from Piano Man Steve from Lincoln, Nebraska, who has penned a song called Leave No Doubt. Could be a theme that takes hold here. And for those of you who can't stand the Irish, you may get tired of hearing it essentially after a while. But Steve, Eric, we appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thanks. And the Nebraska fans owe Notre Dame. They came many years ago, came to Notre Dame Stadium, and it was a sea of red, and they took it over. So this is the payback.
Here it is, the payback. So as we go to break, here's Piano Man Steve from Lincoln and the Notre Dame unofficial fight of Leave No Doubt here on 1620 The Zone.
December 7th, 2025. The power brokers hung us out to dry. They said the Irish hadn't earned a spot, but we could play for Pop-Tarts, like it or not. The fans and the players all lost their minds. We knew that we had just been robbed blind.
I think I still got a lot to learn. Big thing was, just everybody pushing everybody and making sure that we get through the finish line. Whatever drill we're doing in the meeting room, we're making sure we're just getting through the finish line. So, just leaning on each other, pushing each other from behind. The aspects of being a professional when it comes to, like football and the playbook, just being behind in that regard. But, having things like this, rookie training camps, just get us ahead the 8 ball with preparation and learning how to prep in the league has been really important for me. And so, like I said, I'm just soaking it all up, taking a day at a time.
The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Time for another Mitch Holthus training camp report. We just heard from first-round defensive tackle pick Peter Woods. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, guys. Yeah, kind of excited about the young lad from Clemson. 2 years ago in 24, he had an incredible year, and there was some thought that he would be a projected top 12 pick in the 26th draft, and then he fell to 29, and the Chiefs snagged him. That was the pick they got from your Rams in the Trent McDuffie trade. So far, so good. And what I love about when I ask him, like, where he is right now, and, you heard his answer, his very mature answer, and he's willing to learn and listen. Coach Reed was even telling me that. When Chris talks, he's soaking it in. Karlaftis is talking to him. Colin, the position coach. So really, it's a kid with a lot of talent, a lot of upside, but his mentality, like these 26 draftees, including Emmett Johnson, have the right demeanor to learn how to be long-time and very effective, impactful pros.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, Mitch, with the class kind of from a big picture perspective, because the first 4 picks for the Chiefs were all defense. The final 3 were all on the offensive side of the ball. And certainly when you get into the latter rounds with like a Garrett Nussmeier, there's not really going to be a whole lot expected from him in games this year. But what is the expectation in particular with those defensive guys, you think, as this season gets close to starting?
Well, and I would say if Lee Corso's around with Nussmeier, like, not so fast, my friend. The way he's played in every practice and so far in both preseason games, there's some interesting talk that's going to happen in the next several days. All right, that being said, let's put that aside. You're going to get, I think, immediate impact. We saw it already in what I discussed last night with R. Mason Thomas and what he's done in the preseason. We've seen it more in practice from Peter Woods. It's sure got the attention of center Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith, because they're saying, and he's hard to block. Now, we haven't seen that flash in a game like it has for R. Mason or Cyrus Allen, who's an offensive guy. But I see immediate defensive impact from those top 4 picks. They can do things to help you win the Denver game in week 1, and very reminiscent of the 2022 class. But I'm also going to tell you that these guys are physically talented, but it's their mentality and their mental maturity and physical toughness that gets your attention. It's not always easy to find in the NIL age.
Talking with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus, brought to you by Hy-Vee. I was looking at a projection of a 53-man Chiefs roster this morning. Is there a chance that Nico Remigio, who's been the Chiefs kickoff returner, could miss out this year, could be left off the 53?
There is that chance, but I also saw that same article, and I'm thinking that's a bit presumptuous. Now, a week from now, when I talk to you guys, or at least the next, or no, it'd be, yes, it's 2 weeks, because we shut down next week for a week. I might be eating crow on it, but the value of him as a returner, and to put it all on Brashard Smith right now, is very presumptuous. The question will be who gets in if you don't keep 7, which I don't think they will, because they need that spot somewhere else, because they've kept 7 in the past, is Andrew Armstrong. And if you could, does he get through waivers? And if he does, then Remigio is your punt and kick returner. But right now, I'd still say Remigio would be slightly ahead in that discussion.
Which position groups, I mean, I can imagine right now the coaches at each position group are going to be fighting for their guys, or fighting for that 52nd, 53rd spot. Which position groups might be fighting the most over that last spot? Wide receivers versus tight ends? Could there be someone else mixed in there too?
Yes. And this is where the crossover happens. It's not a mutually exclusive offensive or defensive discussion. It's everybody's discussion.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you who jumps on the table is Dave Tobe, the special teams coach. It's like, do not leave me high and dry here and, put 20 offensive linemen on, and I've got a lineman playing gunner. Like, that sounds facetious, but you catch my drift.
Yep.
And I think tight end is wide receiver and tight end. Wide receiver in the numbers in a Remigio versus an Andrew Armstrong discussion. Same at tight end. Don't hold on placement protection. It's laces out with me with Ace Ventura. I wrote it all over the walls of my house last night. My wife didn't like it. Don't hold on placement protection. Andrew Wiley's got a challenge here, and Jake Brenningstool is that challenge. It's very similar to the wide receiver discussion. You're going to keep 4, then there's room for both. You're going to keep 3, then it gets dicey, or even a Trey Watson. So those 2 areas would be, I think, the most. And then I would throw in defensive back, only because you've got to get a gunner out of there, or 2. And Tobe would lobby for 2 guys to be pseudo corners, mainly gunners, but he's not going to get that many because of the numbers game at other places.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow?
Oh, Husker fans won't like it, but guys come out of nowhere. They come out of nowhere. Emmett Johnson got drafted, and he's shot up the charts like a hit song. But his Iowa Hawkeye running mate has come out of nowhere, and he's made a big splash. We'll jump into Xavier Wampa tomorrow.
Ah, yes. That's going back to the beginning of training camp. Remember that laid on him, just whacked it.
I do indeed.
But it knocked some good football into Emmett.
Oh yeah,
he's been playing well ever since.
He certainly has.
So.
Certainly has.
Mitch,
those guys have that. Well, they have the Hy-Vee Corn Gob trophy here. They just pass it back and forth. Whoever gets the biggest hit of the day. So Emmett's had it 15 times. I think Wampa's had it 15 times. So we'll get a tiebreaker tomorrow.
Mitch, a little word association for you. We are watching an old football game. If I tell you Dolphins, Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day, what comes to mind?
Leon Lett.
Oh my gosh. Wow, we're getting near the end of it, Mitch, because Nick hasn't seen this game before,
and he's a Dolphins fan.
There's like 2 minutes left. Cowboys just missed a field goal. They're up by a point, so it's about to be that time.
We're about to have the big moment.
Well, that's the rule. If the ball is touched and it goes toward the kicker, then it's game on. If it goes past the line of scrimmage, stay away.
Stay away.
Stay away.
Stay away.
Stay away.
Peter.
Yes.
That's what they're supposed to yell.
Yep.
And then Peter Woods is like, what?
I'll get it. I'll get the ball. Get the ball.
Get out.
All right, Mitch, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, boys. Don't hold on placement protection.
Wow, that was a fast hang up. This happened with the Cowboys a couple years ago, too. They were playing a Monday night game against the Bengals, and it was a blocked punt, and one of the players went and touched it, and then the Bengals got it, and then they went down and
That's right, they did.
Now, again, that season didn't end in a Super Bowl, so I was, mad. Though it did help them, I guess, get a better draft pick, so at least you got that going for you.
This was about the point I started watching.
Were you working at the gas station?
I'm trying to remember.
1993, John Bishop?
I may have, so this is when I was in college.
Yeah.
And I was at home, but I'm trying to remember if we had, because normally if we went to Grandma and Grandpa's house,
the Leopard Couch.
Yep, we would still be there. We would always stay through the second game, and we would have because our Thanksgiving was usually around noon, and then we'd have we'd have the leftovers would be brought back out for dinner.
Second breakfast.
Nice, Nick. Good reference.
But I was at home. Okay. When I watched this. So I'm trying to remember. Must have been, I don't know where we were.
Wasn't it really cold because the next day when Nebraska played Oklahoma, it was freezing in Lincoln?
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully you were staying nice and warm, nice and toasty.
Okay.
I've seen some highlights of that game. It looks awful in Lincoln.
Yeah, it was very cold.
It's been a cold front all over the country. I mean, if there's snow in Dallas.
I was working KRNU.
Oh, nice.
But I was back in the studio, so I was in the warm confines of Avery Hall, and one of the guys who was in the booth crew needed more ear protection, and I had a Nebraska band, the bands that put the heavier bands
for your
ears, and I loaned him that.
Oh wow, it was that cold inside? They turn off the heat during Thanksgiving?
No.
It was just so cold.
He was at the stadium. I was at the radio
I
station.
see. Okay.
He was like, wow. And so he needed to borrow it, and so he borrowed it. And then Trev Alberts dislocated both of his elbows, and Nebraska still won the game.
They did indeed by 14 points. Suck on that, Sooners.
By the way, that came up in the algorithm, the 94 Orange Bowl.
Oh, yeah?
The whole game.
Did you watch it?
I started watching
You
it.
started getting triggered.
And as soon as Byron Bennett made the field goal, I turned it off.
Good. Hey, they won the championship in that world. The game was over, Nick. 3 back-to-back national champs.
Congrats, John.
So people forget, obviously, there was the Corey Dixon punt return with the famous, infamous block in the back by Tyrone Williams.
The fumble at the goal line.
The fumble at the goal line. But I had forgotten about this.
Oh.
Nebraska, on the drive that resulted in the go-ahead field goal, got a huge break.
Oh, really?
On a pass completion, I think it was to Clester Johnson, where he's going to the ground and he gets his mitts on the ball for like a split second, and then he hits the ground. The ball comes loose, but they called it a catch.
Oh, and then later, now you didn't get to this point in your rewatch, but they did put the second on the clock.
They did.
Yeah.
I remember
which
that
is kind of wild because in those days, like there wasn't replay, right? Like they didn't have that. They just decided.
Yeah, everyone remembers, Mac Brown holding up the one finger.
Mac Brown.
Tom Osborne did it first.
Yeah,
because he was doing that right away. He's like, there should be 1 second left on the clock. And to the officials' credit, they did put the second on the clock.
Then Byron Bennett said, "Wee!" It was a pretty bad kick. Wonder which kick is worse, that or, hey, there was Jerry Jones, Nick, on the sidelines. That's the reason we're doing this. This whole video is because that came up earlier.
Yep.
And now it is about to be shown.
During this commercial break, Nick will get to enjoy the Leon Lett play in all of its glory.
Awesome.
And we will be back on
Hot Take Market?
Super Hot Take Market is coming up.
Awesome.
And I got one that's going to go, it's going to compare the modern days to one of the most infamous events in sports history.
You're going to say in world history. I was like,
Sports
what
history.
are you about to compare?
16-20 the zone. One thing that I had forgotten as we have just watched the Leon Lett play, NBC was so anxious to show Jerry Jones on the sidelines that when the field goal gets blocked and starts to bounce towards the end zone, the director cuts away as the ball is skittering on the turf. The director cuts away to a celebrating Jerry Jones, who's standing there with his arms in the air going, yeehaw. And then he's kind of slowly lowers his arms like, what's going on? The clock has stopped.
Yeah, they show Jerry, they show Troy, they show Michael Irvin.
And they missed live Leon Lett going in, sliding on the ground to go after the ball where he kicks it, and then the Dolphins recover.
And by the way, Nick,
Thank
so
you,
this was months after in the Super Bowl win over the Bills, he picked up a fumble, right? And he's running all the way towards the end zone. No, that's what I'm saying. But earlier this calendar year in January, and he's running, Nick, and he's running, and he holds the ball out. Meanwhile, the Bill had chased him and knocked the ball away, and the ball went out of the end zone. So Leon Lett didn't score a touchdown in the Super Bowl that he could have, and then he had this idiocy in the Thanksgiving game against the Dolphins.
Incredible.
Yeah,
unreal. All right, hot take. Do you want to save yours since yours is super spicy?
Well,
I've
got two.
I got two as well.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to go off of our Notre Dame interview that we did a few minutes ago. By the way, Jed wrote, "We're not going to cry. We're not going to pout." That was the lyrics to that song. That's all those crybaby Irish bitches ever did and have always done. So Jed disagrees a little bit. Hot take I could be talked into. More college football teams than normal are title or bust this season. We talked about the Irish with our great new friend of the Grum. Texas, I think, is in a championship or bust mindset. Certainly the Oregon Ducks, I think, would be in that category as well. And then I was thinking, John, like Georgia, there's a lot of pressure on Georgia and Kirby Smart, given that
Ohio
in this
State
new era, Ohio State always has pressure. And I don't know if Ole Miss and Pete Golding have like title or bust, but there's like going to be pressure on them following Lane. And I think Lane now has suddenly put himself into a position where it's not going to be like, hey, it's okay if you go 8-4. So I don't know season by season how many teams it usually feels natty or bust, but it seems more than normal. That's why I could just be talked into it because I don't know if I can go all the way.
So yesterday, Pete Golding at Ole Miss was asked this question. Nick, bring up the video.
Weekend that Walker Jones told about having the FBI come in through the Manning Center and sweep the room for bugs after Lane left. Just was that?
I think any bowl game playoff system, obviously you're going to up security. I'm not sure that there was a hiring process of here we go with the FBI. I do think we probably have a current player whose dad just so happens to work for the FBI that lives in town, that from that standpoint, there was no measure to go, oh my gosh, here come in from that standpoint. But no, obviously.
So he kind of downplays it, but he does also admit, oh, by the way, we happen to have a guy who's a family member who is a member of the FBI. So he basically admitted, yeah, we did have the place swept for bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Hot take. You're crazy if you don't have your facility scanned for bugs these days. There are no honor among thieves in college sports. They'll do anything, especially when you're in the South, and especially when you have a coach as petty as Lane Kiffin is. I think people were like, oh my God, I can't believe that. You're crazy not to anymore.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I want to be like, that's ridiculous. But on the other hand, it's a ridiculous time. So maybe you should do that. I'm not going to hate. I mean, it's funny to hear. Like, yeah, we swept it for bugs. But yeah, it makes sense to me. Hot take, I believe. The Deshaun Watson situation is the worst thing a franchise has ever done to their fan base, non-moving out of the city division. This is the worst thing that a franchise has ever done. First of all, the contract is trash. The contract has always been trash. It was a guaranteed deal for a guy coming off of an injury. He has since now had multiple injuries. He is inept as a football player. Oh, and not to mention all of the other stuff, which they knew when they signed him, when they traded for him, when they added him to the roster. There has never been a franchise to treat their fan base worse than what they have done with this individual player. Again, non-moving edition, because the Browns famously actually moved away. So that was worse. The Colts going out of Baltimore, that was worse. Your Rams moving, snip, snap, that's worst thing to do to a fan base. But this is way worse. compared to anything else non-moving edition.
Hot take.
Is this the one where you're comparing it to that big event in the world in the 1940s?
Well, first of all, let's listen to Lane Kiffin.
Okay.
Justify his pursuit of professional tight end Daquan Wright.
So, we have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, they've been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
You can tell just how convicted he is every time he's like,
well, they were, Mom, they had the alcohol. Other people were drinking the beer. They were drinking the Mom. Everyone was.
That is a great analogy.
Everyone was doing it, Mom.
Well, what college sports has done to itself and is still doing to itself, and people like Lane Kiffin are allowing things to continue to happen, is worse for college sports than the Black Sox scandal was for baseball.
Okay, that is holy crap,
wow.
John, no, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
no.
Yes, they're throwing the World Series.
Yes, yeah, but
no.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
That's integrity of the game. No.
This is the integrity of the game.
I know, but
all
that's
of this
way
stuff
worse.
is the integrity of the game.
No.
And the Black Sox scandal, while a lot of people thought, oh my God, this could bring to an end of baseball, all of this crap that college sports is doing to itself is going to bring about the end of college sports as we know it, to some degree. It hasn't totally blown up yet, but it's getting there. The fuse has been lit long ago.
Long fuse.
If college sports is going to save itself, they need to do what baseball did, and that is
ban them.
Go outside
until they die.
Go outside of the organization.
Shoeless Joe, you are banned from college football.
But we're gonna make a movie with you.
I should make a graphic. That's a fun graphic idea.
They need to go outside of the entire governing structure of college sports. They need their own Judge Landis. Less racist version. But they need their own Judge Landis.
Less racist. How about not racist?
Someone
not
outside.
Racist.
We
edition.
can't ask for perfection, Nick. I'm sorry. It's college sports. But I believe what college sports has been doing to itself for decades, cumulatively over time, is more detrimental and damaging to college sports than the Black Sox scandal was for baseball. Because at least you know what baseball did? They addressed it. And Pete Rose is still not in the Hall of Fame because of it.
That's true.
And Shoeless Joe is still not in the Hall of Fame because of it.
That's true.
I got a quick one.
Hurry up, Nick.
Max Verstappen, he's doing this thing on Disney Plus in next month where he's racing 100 other go-kart, like professional go-kart drivers.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to win. That's my hot take. I don't think Max Verstappen can beat 100 other go-kart drivers.
Oh, he couldn't beat me. There's no doubt. If we were in go-karts, I would wreck him so fast. I'm pretty good on go-kart.
Do it for Dale.
I'd do it for Dale. All right. Coming up next, Steve Sipple. They are tripling and quadrupling down on the positivity in the running back room.
They are. I can't wait to talk about it with him.
Among many things with Sip on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The Sipple ditched us on Tuesday for the second week in a row. Happy hour is on the air. Unbelievable. How did this happen? Nick, how did this happen?
I called him, and he's like, yeah, okay, we can do this. Well, actually, can we do it tomorrow? And all of this is happening with about a minute left before we're back from the break.
Incredible.
So at some point tomorrow, I need to look into our schedule and see what time works for Sip.
Unreal. Oh, whoops.
All that work for nothing.
I know. Seriously, I'd prepped. Now, again, if this is going to be like last week where I just saved the prep for tomorrow, that's cool. But now you and I have to talk to each other for 20 minutes. I wasn't planning on this.
Let's watch another old Dolphins
no,
game.
I was going to say,
that.
let's watch the Cowboys-Giants game from January of 1994 when Emmitt Smith separated his shoulder. We should watch that game. We'll watch that tomorrow.
Why do you want to watch Emmitt Smith blow up?
No, because he ran him over, Nick. He did a great job. By the way, the graphic has been made. Shoeless Joe Jackson permanently banned from college football. Get out of here, Shoeless Joe. You're not allowed to play in college football.
Put on some shoes.
I got a text message,
Well,
John.
only permanently banned from the Big Ten for the moment.
I got a text message, John, during that commercial break. Congratulations on having Skip Bayless as your new co-host. Yeah, that take, John. We didn't have time to dive into it, so we can do it now.
Well, we can do it now.
It's too spicy,
It is
John.
not too spicy,
yes,
and it is dead on balls
No, it's
accurate.
not.
Yes, it is. Did baseball fix the problem? Yes, they did.
That's not the question. You said that
But
this
it
is worse, though, for the sport.
Yes. What the damage they are doing, college sports is doing to itself. And this is over time. This isn't just today. This is historically over the it's like a slow, 1,000 paper cuts type thing. What they are doing to themselves and have done to themselves over time, over this amateurism and NIL and paying athletes and all of this stuff and transferring is going to do more damage to college sports than the Black Sox scandal ever did to baseball. Because you know what baseball did? They actually did something about it.
Okay, so you're assuming then that college football won't do anything to fix this?
No, they won't.
Okay,
because they're begging Congress to do it for them.
Now, at least I kind of understand where you're coming from, but still, I would say that we don't know that. We don't know that will be the case. That in the end, you could say the Black Sox scandal was actually good for baseball. If you want to argue it from that perspective. Because
they actually they weeded out the crap and they actually did something about it.
Chief writes, John Bayless, love it, heart emoji. Hey, at least you understood the hot take assignment, because normally we're always critical of your takes because you're like, guys, I got to take it.
Well,
it's going to be spicy. Fried
right.
chicken is good.
I mean, again, college sports.
I can't prove it. I can't prove that they're going to fix anything.
As we have come to know it, will not exist in a few years.
Yeah, but not because of but now you're changing the argument.
No, I'm not. It's the same thing. They have done more damage to themselves than baseball ever could have done with the Black Sox
No, but
scandal.
again, your argument that you seemingly made in the segment was this specific thing that is happening right now is worse than the Black Sox scandal.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Maybe we should replay the segment.
Yeah, I've said what college sports has done to itself over this issue and is doing to itself currently.
Over what issue?
NIL, transfer portal, amateurism.
I thought you were talking about the issue of players being able to come back to college sports for another year.
No, because that's one of many different things that college sports has done.
College sports had to change and had to evolve. And dare I say, the old way has to die. It couldn't exist forever without players being paid.
Yes,
it could not exist that way.
It's the way that they have deflected and pushed back and denied the obvious and all of these things that has led us to this point. If they would have addressed it properly many years ago, we would never be in this spot. And
they didn't, and we are.
And thus the damage they have done to themselves and are continuing to do to themselves is going to do more harm to college sports than the Black Sox scandal ever did to baseball.
So are you saying you don't see any way out? You don't see a way that this thing is fixed in any way that you are unable to imagine a world where we get into a proper spot.
Are they fixing anything now?
No, but I'm saying long term. I'm saying, like, do you see them getting to a spot in the future where you're like, they figured it out?
I see a future where college sports as we know it will cease to exist.
Well, what does that mean? What do you like? Does that mean players are employees? Like, I agree with you on that standpoint. But like where college football exists in a way where I see Nebraska play Ohio State, I think that will continue to exist.
I see it coming to a point where it doesn't exist.
So we don't have college sports anymore?
Yeah, we don't know it as college sports anymore. I mean,
minor league sports?
Yeah, something like that.
Or club sports?
Something like that. I don't know. Club sports there will be something out there, but it will not be college sports.
Matt says, John is black-pilled AF. Yeah, this is a kind of a black pilling of you.
I don't know what that means.
Nick, you think that kind of fits John's.
What does it mean?
I actually don't know what black
Thank
pill
you,
means.
Nick.
All right.
I'm not
You
that
never
far
heard
on
of
the internet.
black-pilled?
No.
I've heard of it.
No,
I've
I'm not
just never
surprised
really known
you
what it
have.
is.
I'm stunned. Nick, that's kind of why
That's
I
what
asked
I need
Nick.
to explain.
All right.
There probably many people are like, what does that mean?
All righty. Let's see.
Last time I checked, the NyQuil is purple.
No, it's not that. Let's see. Here we go. It is something that makes a person believe there is no hope for resolving a major problem or changing society for the better. It is a nihilistic ideology. Originating in the incel subculture. But in this case, it means you just do not. There is no hope for resolving a major problem. That is what you are saying right now.
I mean, I've got 150 some odd year, or whatever, how many years it's been of anecdotal evidence behind me. I mean, they haven't fixed it to this point. What's to make you think they're going to fix it now?
Pesky Blue says for football, it's literally just turning into the NFL's minor league system. It's always been the minor league system.
It's always been the minor league
It's just now they're paid, properly.
I mean, could it exist in a point where the NFL actually absorbs it and makes it a minor league?
I think
because
that
they don't need to. Why
UFL
would they? They'd have to. Why would they subsidize it? They don't have to subsidize it. It's free.
Exactly.
That's why America is so interesting in this regard. They don't need to do anything.
No, they don't.
As long as they are,
and nor should they.
No, as long as they're like on talking terms, like that's why the whole college football playoff, when the games are played versus the NFL, is actually kind of a big deal because for the longest time they've worked very well together. College plays on Saturdays, the NFL plays on Sundays. College seasons finishes, then there's all of the process to have the draft. But they have nothing to do with it. Yeah. They don't have to. They don't have to pay them money. They don't do any of those things. They get to watch the product. They get to scout the product. There's a rule that requires those guys to stay at the lower level for 3 years. Thus, you can see how they develop into the humans they need to be, aka the size and the speed to play NFL football.
Right.
And then they get them. It's awesome.
It is.
It doesn't cost them a thing.
It's perfect.
Yeah. No sipple.
Little more on, well, not so much on this specifically, but on the news of the day regarding the Big Ten and they're going to ban. I guess I'm going to say they're going to attempt to ban the college to pro back to college players.
So you don't think that you think there's
I say attempt because there will probably be a lawsuit. There will probably be a lawsuit.
And I guess you can set this up and I'll follow up with something else.
But the Big Ten has agreed on a rule to keep the college to pro back to college people from coming back to college.
Yeah, and Stuart Mandel, he wrote about it a little bit earlier today on The Athletic, and he says, all this, of course, begs an obvious question. Won't the banished athletes turn around and sue the Big Ten too? They certainly could, but it's long been theorized that conferences' restrictions are easier to defend legally. Unlike the NCAA, they're not joining forces with all of the other Division I conferences to ban someone from playing college football. If the SEC made a similar rule preventing Wright from suiting up for one of its 16 schools, it could rightfully argue that he still has plenty of other places to play college football and make NIL money. The fact that it is only one league for now ends up working in their favor.
But you see, that's the problem because I think the SEC is talking about following suit, the ACC, the Big 12. And so once they all start to do it, isn't that weird? And this would be my argument in court. Well, you know what?
If you're the players who wants to play?
No.
Or if you're the league.
If you're the leagues, it's like, you know what? There's Canada. Go play in Canada. Go play indoor football. There's other footballs out there.
Yeah, go play arena ball.
Go play
UFL.
Go play UFL. Yeah, there's plenty of different options out there, but that's
100%.
neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Dellinger wrote about this today. He said, important to note that league-wide rules do not absolve a conference from legal challenges. In fact, conferences will likely now be sued by athletes as defendants in separate lawsuits or added as defendants in existing lawsuits, many times in front of the same judges. When this happens and the conferences are enjoined from enforcing their league-wide policies, the conference commissioner and or his presidents will then need to determine how aggressive they will be on sanctioning schools directly for playing an ineligible athlete.
See, but here's the other thing that Mandel pointed out, and I didn't realize this, but the Big Ten, he said, this is Mandel, the Big Ten also has one significant advantage in enforcing this rule: time. College teams have to lock in their 105-man rosters by the day before their first game, which for USC is Friday, and for the other 17 schools is next week. For Nebraska, it's next Friday. For Minnesota's probably next Wednesday.
But then that would encourage, a judge to get a TRO because it's like, hey, we're under the clock here, and especially if the SEC does it, because right now, of course, it's all about I keep forgetting his name, Dequan, the tight end from Ole Miss, or formerly of Ole Miss, Daquan Wright.
Right, yeah.
That's kind of already in play here. So the Big Ten at least has an advantage for the moment in that there are at least not known that there aren't any known Big Ten schools pursuing any of these players that we know of. So there's not a hot case on the burner.
We played audio from Dannen earlier. He's basically like non-starter. Dan Lanning has gone after the idea of this. So I know for sure you got two schools who think that this stuff is ridiculous. Now, we just got a text from the 402 that says, is returning from the NFL preseason camp to college football a concern going forward, or is it just a one-off this year because of the late 5-for-5 ruling? You would hope that it's just the latter. Of course, I could see if any of this goes through, if a player breaks through and does play college football this year, I have to imagine that next year and beyond, players would try to do that. They would go up. Well, sure. If they don't make a team, they would just try to come right back down.
Sure, because now you got a 5-for-5. There's going to be a lot of really good players who are only going to play their 4 years. Some of them might only do three. Go to the NFL, and then they don't make the team, or they don't find the experience rewarding enough, and they'll attempt to come back down.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. I think this is something that could continue to happen if something isn't done to stop it. I saw this tweet. It's I think he's a radio producer for one of the ESPN stations down in the South, but he asked 3 questions. I thought these are some really interesting possibilities on this whole college football to the NFL, back to college football. Point number 1. What happens when one of these players has a huge 3 to 4 games in college and an NFL player goes down at that position? Will or can they just try to bring them back up and sign them? So let's use Daquan Wright as an example. Let's say Daquan Wright, he goes back down, he plays at LSU, kicks ass in September. And then the 49ers, because they're always getting hurt, let's say Kittle goes down and they need to fill that spot, and they remember Wright from camp or whatever the case may be, and they call him back up. In other words, treating him like a guy who's been sent back down to the minors and been called back up. There's a possibility that could happen, right?
Sure. And I mean, I guess from that perspective, I don't hate it. I hate it less than the alternative,
Right. But then that kind of further, because we keep talking about the college football ranks as being the minor leagues for the NFL.
I mean, that is a true college to pro pipeline.
The difference is it's always been a one-way street. Everything goes up to the next level, but there's never been the send them back down for seasoning and come back up that we see
middle of a
all
season.
the time in Major League Baseball. This would be that example.
I mean, in theory, let's pretend there's some quarterback this year who is 6'5", 250 pounds, built like a tank, awesome, has a great September, and some teams we need a quarterback exactly like that.
Exactly.
Now, the issue with this, in my opinion, thankfully, is that football is so complicated. It is not baseball. In terms, there's no playbook in baseball. There are trends, and you got to learn the what a pitcher is going to do, and where maybe if you're a pitcher, the defense where the ball is going to go. There's not a playbook to learn. Basketball, it's different. So you would hope that I don't want to say that's impossible, because lots of things that I thought would never happen but are happening. I would hope that the NFL teams, then I would turn back on them and say, "Why do you really want to do that?" And they say, "Look, we want to win. We don't care."
But if they had already been through a training camp, and put out some tape, and there was somebody out there, because we're going to see this over the next 10 days or so. There's going to be teams that are going to cut down to the 53, but then there's going to be other teams that are going to see, oh, that one dude that we played in the first, training or spring, keep calling it spring training. preseason game, oh, he was pretty good. Let's move him over to our practice roster. I mean, there's going to be some of that.
And here's the question that I would have, and I know that
there can be some of that.
There's been some chatter about it, in the NFL community over the last few days. Like, what is the view of like a Wright, for example? Let's just keep using him because he's the best example. How does the league view him at this moment in time? Where this guy has come and competed in the pros, and he has been cut like many players before him. But because of a weird loophole or the attempt at a loophole, he is taking his ball and he is going back down. I wonder how the league views somebody like that, because the NFL
I bet they don't think of him negatively.
Well, I have seen a lot of stuff that is the opposite of that they say
Why?
they don't, because they're just viewing him as, what are you doing? Like, that's not what you do. Now, ultimately, I'm with you. I don't think that will prove to be true.
I mean, if
you're good enough,
they're going to call him back up. And in the NFL, there's not an eligibility issue. The only eligibility is you got to be a certain age, you got to be a certain number of years out of college. That's it.
Yeah.
So there's not an eligibility question. There's not really a morality question with the NFL. And I don't know if morality is the right word to use from a college angle on this, or ethics, but still, I mean, with the NFL, it's like, hey, you're good enough, whatever. You're a professional. I mean, if there's NFL teams that are looking at Daquan Wright with a skewed eye, I get it. But if he's good enough, guess where he's going to be next year? The National Football League.
Yeah, and that's why I wish I could find. I'm searching for it because I'm trying to remember who even sent it out.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, because it's so easy to say that, right? It's so easy to say, oh, we wouldn't want this guy. We don't want this guy. And then it's like, yeah, but if he's good, do you think he's good? Then you probably want him because you want good players on your team.
Sure.
So who knows?
Couple other the points made by this radio producer down in, I think it was Alabama. He asked about this chaos. Are these guys actually going to class, or are we finally done pretending they're actual student athletes? I mean, think about Daquan Wright. He is
up
here. He's already gone. He was off to the NFL. He signed with the first team.
I think we joked about that yesterday. I'd hate to go back to college right now. I don't want to take a class. But he is going to take the bare minimum, whatever he has to do in terms of credit hours.
I mean, the whole charade, and some people have said,
I don't care about this. I never have,
Not Thursday.
Sorry, damn it, you're right.
Similar to the sellout streak. Hey, we're going to keep up this charade. Why not?
Yeah.
But if you do believe that one of the things that folks should get out of a college education or get out of a college experience is an education, yeah, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. I mean, that used to be the payment that you got for playing college sports was you got a free education, which, as many of you who are or have paid student loans know, is worth a lot of money.
I'd love a free education. That sounds awesome.
A lot of money.
Yeah. But I'll be honest, whenever we talk about this, I do not ever think about, but what does it mean for school? I can't say it, but there's a few words that I'd like to say right now, John, but it's not Thursday. So if this, makes people feel one way about it, like I focus on the other stuff. But that's just me. I understand that maybe we're a little bit different in how we're viewing college sports.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, why do any of them even go to class? Seriously, at this point, why do any of them go to class?
I think they do.
And you talk about a nihilistic view. I mean, a nihilistic view is, well, I don't care if they go to class.
But I think they do.
Who
So that's the
cares?
thing. No, it's more like when people wonder, what does this mean for their schooling? I don't know. There are rules with this, and you have to follow those rules, unless everybody is just pretending. But I think that they still go to class. Now, I haven't been in college in almost 20 years now, which is a crazy sentence to say. But I went to class with football players. I saw football players in school.
Here was the third point.
I guess 14 years.
These players are going to be paid something. Are these new NIL agreements going to be approved by NIL before the season? So if you're Daquan Wright and you're just coming back to college and you're going to LSU, remember that lawsuit that Nebraska went through a few months ago with all those players?
Yep.
How is this guy going to get his NIL approved in such a quick and easy fashion to be eligible to play?
See, but I don't think that it, I guess my confusion with that question would say, how everybody else does. I don't know. How does LSU have a roster worth $50 million? They'll figure it out. For some reason, we can't hear.
But they already figured it out. Allegedly, they already figured it out because all the players have been in camp or in school for the last couple of months.
Sure, but like in last year, we had NIL go a year ago, did we not? Last football season, and the rosters were getting adjusted late. Remember, the portal was still open at times. So like, I don't know, they'll be fine.
Yeah, but not like this.
No, well, but there were guys who joined rosters last August, if I remember right. Now, August 25th is a little different.
Sure.
All that to say, LSU's roster seemingly cost $50 million. How is that possible? I don't know, but they'll figure it out. I have zero doubt that LSU will figure this out.
I think a lot of the idea of asking these questions is it's shooting more holes into everything. It's shooting holes into the idea of going to class. It's shooting holes in the idea of NIL agreements and budgets and caps.
Yeah.
Because as we know, there are no such things.
But you know what?
In reality.
In a way, I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I was like, this would be a fun thing to talk about with John, and so I'll say it now. Has college football always been this way? Like, today's roster weirdness and NIL weirdness is yesterday's people with weird colored jackets deciding where teams go to play in bowl games and how that will affect the national championship race. Like college football has always had this level of strangeness about it.
Wild West.
Yes. So like, I get it. I am someone who watches, I can't wait to watch the season. And a lot of this stuff, by the time we get to Saturday and certainly next Saturday, I don't even want to think about it anymore because I want to watch the games. I also understand as someone who would say, I don't like this. It's crazy. But you know what? The version of crazy you had in 1980, someone who was my age now compared to someone your age in that world probably was like, this is crazy. Compared to the 50s, we weren't doing this and this and this, Not to get really weird, but there are people who are saying that about integration. This isn't the college football I grew up with. So, like, we always have our own versions of what is normal.
Yes, but this...
I don't know. Again, inarguable.
This blows up the idea of voting for national championships and a lot of the other weird stuff that used to... I mean, the stuff that's happening and it's coming to a head today blows all of that other stuff out of the water because it's always been there. It's always been boiling under the surface. And now the surface has broke and the lava is oozing everywhere and burning everything in its sight.
Dilo says it's the dumbest sport ever created, but it's also the best sport. I mean, yeah, ultimately that's why we tune in on Saturdays. We're just like, this is sweet. It's like, I love the games. I love the stories. I love the players. I love the pageantry. I love the fan bases. I love what it looks like, So in the end, this stuff sucks, but it's like, I don't know, just give me the Saturdays and I'm okay. And that's ultimately where I know I become a part of the problem.
Well,
but everybody is.
Exactly. I mean, really, what you're saying is no different than Lane Kiffin saying, in
the end, see, like, I think this is maybe where you and I will ultimately disagree. I'm not turned off by this. I'm still ready to go. I'm revved up. You seem turned off.
I'm turned off by the point that there are no rules. And at some point, you have to have rules. I mean, imagine if we could take this and extrapolate it just to the on-field version. Imagine if we started watching football and all of a sudden the refs just turned around and walked off the field and said,
some would say they might have did that in the 1994 Orange Bowl.
You guys handle it yourselves. There is no out of bounds. There is no late hits. There is no holding. I mean, that's kind of where it is off the field. It's the kind of chaos that is like, hey, if there's no rules, then what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's at some point, and I know the defenders of college football always come riding in on their white horse. Give me my music, damn it.
My name is Josh.
They're going to keep riding in on their white horse and saying, yeah, but you'll keep watching. You'll keep watching.
You will, yeah.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that. Because at some point, folks are going to get turned off. And they're going to be like, what in the bleep are we doing?
I think you are there's the Mendoza line, the John Bishop line.
Fernando Mendoza?
Once we've lost you, then I'll worry. But until then, I think the sport is fine. You'll still be there.
Yeah, but that's a terrible attitude to take.
It is, but I'm just saying, like, if you are like, you hate this crap and you are so annoyed by it, and yet you're still going to be there Saturday. So it's like, okay, if John is still there,
how much of that though is because I'm working?
I don't know. That's the question you can only answer. I can't answer that.
I mean, you have to cover it, to some degree. But if I were away from this industry, there would be a part of me that'd be like, you know what, if I want to watch professional football, I'll wait till Sunday because they're the real pros.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of things I can do with my time.
But until then, the sport's okay. I'm serious.
The sport's not okay, though, and that's the problem.
No, it's not.
And having that attitude is this. I'm sorry, but you're just as bad as Lane Kiffin.
Then you need to turn it off. Stop watching. Then stop watching.
But that's the point.
Put your money where your mouth is.
No, that's not the point. The point is you fight. You fight to save something that you think is worth saving. You can't just keep saying, well, we're going to keep going to dinner. We're going to just keep eating all the time. And yet you realize behind the scenes that the animals are being killed wrong or whatever. And you're like, well, what are we doing here? At some point, you do have to take a stand and say, this is wrong. The people that are running this stuff are obviously dumb, and we've got to fix all of this stuff. Now, the problem is we have been living forever like Carmela Soprano with our heads in the frickin' sand, knowing that Tony's doing wrong things to get the money. But hey, as long as the fur coats and the Cadillacs are coming in, we're fine. And then guess what? At some point, you gotta pay the piper. And when the piper comes, you're screwed. And the piper is coming. It's just coming very slowly. Very, he's a very slow piper.
Look, and I hope you don't ever take this to make it sound like I'm like fine with this. I'm not okay with it. But I mean, I know I'm part of the problem because I'm going to keep watching. I have zero desire to stop watching, but my love hasn't decreased. Not
one iota.
No, if anything, I'm more excited. Every offseason that goes by.
That is part of the problem.
But I can't control how I feel. Just because I don't like some of the other things doesn't mean that I don't want to watch it.
I mean, at some point, don't you want to? I mean, don't
I
you want to have
fixed.
rules?
I do. John, every time we talk about this, I always say I want rules. I want there to be change. I don't like what is happening, but I also want to keep watching the sport,
The sad thing about it, though,
animals have to get killed so I can have a steak. Like, that sucks, but I love steak. I'm not going to stop eating it.
The sad thing about it, though, is college football is going to take victims before it takes itself.
Sure.
Volleyball, college baseball, wrestling, track, a lot of different things that have been funded because of the popularity of college football. But there will be other victims that die on the axe.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Before college football does.
Absolutely. It'll be the last stand.
And some will say, well, that was, again, it's everybody's fault for, going to the big cash cow.
We've talked about it before. If you were starting college sports today, it'd be a lot different.
Nothing would look like it does today.
I'd say a lot of sports wouldn't exist. It's a harsh question.
Yeah.
But what is the purpose of those other college sports? What's the purpose of non-revenue college sports? What's the purpose of them? A lot of people would say, well, it's scholarships, right? So you get education. That's great. It is the opportunity to continue a passion of yours. You get to learn, continue to learn teamwork and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
But life now is not about any of that other stuff. It's about making money. And so none of the sports would exist except for like 3: football, men's basketball, women's basketball. That's it.
Probably.
Everything else is club.
Probably.
And so that I don't like that fact, but that's, I think, is a fact for whatever the future looks like.
I agree.
Steve writes on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, I'm 60. Yeah, I know I'm old. I've loved college football about as long as I can remember. I'm still watching, but I'm starting to hate myself for it. Things are way past out of control. It can't keep going on like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's been a very, very, very slow erosion. Very slow. But I've lived on this planet long enough to realize that, if the water keeps rising and the dike keeps springing little leaks, at some point, the whole thing just goes.
Well, we talked about it last year.
And then you've got a mess of biblical proportions.
We talked about it last year with our good friend Bill Connolly. He wrote a college football book that I highly recommend reading, Forward Progress. I'm guessing there's probably going to be a paperback coming out pretty soon. Yeah. And one of the things that was in there were quotes from another friend of the Grum, and that's Ryan McGee. And Ryan often talked about he's often talked about NASCAR and how that is maybe like you look at that, what happened in NASCAR, and you say, wow, there's a lot of similarities in terms of chasing the dollar and chasing, non-traditional college football fans, et cetera, et cetera. And yet for now, the revenues keep going up and the viewership keeps going up and all these things keep going up. Whereas that stopped and NASCAR has since gone down. And so what does that look like? That's why I say, I think that You and Steve, honestly, like a bunch of people I think in your age demographic, I think are great people to look to for this. If you are actually turned off, not just, I don't like this, but I'm still there on Saturdays, and I hate myself for it, but I'm still there on Saturdays. You're different. I understand. This is your job. But when those people, when my dad stops watching or my grandpa stops watching, like that's somebody that says, okay, I wonder what this looks like. And not to mention someone Nick's age or younger, do they even like football? You know, like that's the question. You know, who cares what you and I think? We're not the age demographic. They're going to be chasing in the future.
The one thing that's saving college sports from itself is the fact that the way we consume entertainment has changed so dramatically in recent years, making live sports so valuable, because scripted network television doesn't bring in the audience, aka the revenue that it used to.
Not even close.
And used to be the lifeblood of every network and every television cable channel. You know, those were the things that made the money. Now they are so reliant on live sports that it has increased the value of all live sports. And so you just, you know, doesn't matter what's happening behind the scenes. You know, as long as there is a hungry television executive who needs advertising dollars or needs a place to something to sell and knows can be sold, as long as that exists, the TV money is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wish I had a crystal ball to know what entertainment and how we ingest entertainment looks like 10 years from now, because it's changed a lot in the last 10 years. I wish I knew what it looked like 10 years from now.
Brain chip.
And do live sports still carry that kind of value? Or
is advertising still going in that direction?
Exactly. So
what does advertising look like in 10 years?
Yeah. And so a lot of these, and that's why the NFL is trying to get the networks to negotiate.
They want to do it now, and none of them do.
Everyone's like, go grab the money, go grab it while you can, because they don't even know what it's going to look like 10 or 15 years from
that
now.
is so interesting that those networks have decided to do that with the NFL. Because if they're doing that with the NFL, then they feel the same way about college football, but even more so because college football is not as valuable, let alone college hoops. You know, the NBA, they might have gotten in just in time in terms of their television contract. I believe it's a decade long, and they got a huge increase. I think it was close to 4 times their last media rights deal, and that is a game changer. And if the NFL only goes up by 1.5 times or whatever, that would put a pause on some things.
It certainly would. You know, we have gone this far into the Grum and have not acknowledged the passing of Dolly Parton.
I know.
You were the one that told me when I walked in, you know, because I was listening to, I think I was listening to podcasts, so I wouldn't listen to anything. I had no idea, but yeah, Dolly Parton passed away today.
I was helping our new person, country one.
Our new person.
I'm terrible with names. I don't remember her name.
Awesome. It's gonna be funny when her actual name is New.
She's really nice though. But I just talked to her. I was helping her with something, and then I went back to my office, saw the news, and then immediately I'd be like, "Hey, I know we just met. Here's the worst thing you've ever heard."
Oh wow.
Yeah, I
heard you ran into the Zone studio to tell people.
I did.
Yeah. That's how I found out. I found out because I got a text from somebody saying Nick ran into the studio to tell us about Dolly
So
Parton.
it was Matt. Matt told you that.
We haven't done this
It
one.
wasn't Josh.
We haven't done this one yet, but Dolly was in a movie called 9 to 5. That's where the 9 to 5.
Oh,
You've
yeah,
heard that
I've
song?
heard the
That's
song.
where the song came from.
Okay.
It might be a good future movie club pick. It's kind of, I mean, basically it's about an office that's, very, I mean, the male boss is very demanding, and the women feel like they're being mistreated, and the women get to take over the office.
That's fun.
So it's kind of it's 1980. It's like 46 years old, but
that being 46 years old is stupid.
Yeah, it's 46 years old, but it's kind of, it's one of the first examples of the women getting it all over the men.
Yeah, woke.
Hell yeah.
And it didn't really feel that woke. And it's actually it's a pretty
You
good
guys
movie.
didn't have a concept of woke in the 80s.
It's okay for women
That's right.
to get things.
Yeah.
That's my take, John. You disagree?
You want to get paid the same as me? What?
Well, but those
Yeah.
are the types of things that were talked about in this movie. They just did it in a less annoying way. Well, actually, if you're Dabney Coleman, it was a very annoying way. It's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
We may have to
maybe
do
we
this.
do it for movie
We
club.
may have to
I'm
do
down.
this sometime.
Oh, that's a great reminder, Nick. What's our movie club pick this week?
7 Samurai.
Nice. I got the 4K.
Basically, you can watch, I believe, 2.5 9 to 5s for one 7 Samurai.
Wow, that's
I think.
awesome.
I don't think I'm wrong with the math.
Yeah,
either.
about an hour and a
I
half.
think it's
that
about
movie's
an hour and a half.
Hmm.
I think it's about an hour and a half. I could be wrong.
A couple texts real fast before we go to break. 402. Of course, I love the show, but this might be the best segment in months. Who needs Sipple? And Aaron writes, a bit more melancholy with our discussion about college football. I'm becoming the person you think would become annoyed by other stuff. Not even how this is getting or going, but where it's been going, I can see it is trouble. Between Nebraska sucking, which is huge, and when making a bowl is no longer important and the money becomes so important, it can turn people off. I get in love. They're getting money, but they stuck their head in the sand. For so long, it created a huge monster the other way. Maybe it's too late at this point. I care about Husker football going into this year, and college football is easily at an all-time low. I wish I was joking, but my listening time to anything with it way lower. Screw you, Aaron.
Wow.
That's a friend of mine. Screw you, Aaron.
But there's
Also, I hope the Packers suck.
There's a good point in there,
See the one
though.
with the pig?
I think
yes.
I like
think
your
we're
pick.
the folks who are worried, or the folks who are denying, the audience is going to, whittle away because of all of this. It may not be because of the Daquan
right
stories.
We're like wrong, am I right?
And the court cases, but
Daquan
it's the constant begging for money and the constant desire for money.
Yeah.
Because you have to pay the players. I mean, it could get to a point, and you guys won't relate to this because you didn't grow up during the heyday of the televangelists, the 1980s, the Jim Bakkers.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, those people were everywhere. And outside of their most ardent followers were some of the most despised people everywhere because they were so disingenuous, and they just, all it was, if you don't give me money, Jesus is going to call me home. Type stuff.
All right, get him on the horn.
And that kind of stuff really turned off a lot of people. And I think
Good.
No,
Good
but
take.
I also think it helped erode traditional religion,
Mm-hmm.
and got people away from that because it's this constant, I need more. And it's like, dude,
And
seriously.
Now we have mega churches.
But
Yeah.
so it could be from that angle that people get turned off by football, not the court cases and all this stuff we talk about in the offseason, but it's the constant begging for dollars. That's just like, screw you. I'm done.
See, you know what, though? Strigori brings up a great point. Most fans don't pay that close attention to the fine details outside the season.
But they will pay attention when all they hear from the Troy Dannens and people of their ilk are, we got to have more. If we're going to compete, we got to have more. Got to have more.
Jed writes, I hate 100% of this off-field crap with college football, but when it's game time, I don't even think about all that crap because I love the games, and that is what matters for me. I know you don't like it. I think that's how majority of the people think.
The NFL.
Josh, what do you think your breaking point would be? What is your line in the sand?
Oh, man, Nick. I have no idea. I can't even imagine what my breaking point is. I truly cannot imagine. Truly cannot imagine. I mean, I guess if everybody inside of the sport was, like doing things to children or something. Like if the whole industry of college.
There was this episode at Penn State.
But I rooted against them, I don't know. Stibbs, one more time. Stibbs says, I tell Josh every time I feel, and I'm pretty out on all of this, all the politicking, fundraising, bloviating, and it has me very out on college football. I'll watch Husker games and a handful of big games. I'm closer to the breaking point than most. See, but Stibbs has always been an NFL first guy. So it's like,
Honestly, I think I'm still fairly new to being into football. I think I'm an NFL first guy. This stuff is all just exhausting.
And that
in
may be
college.
part of this too, is I have, even though obviously my introduction to football and a lot of my watching of football started with Nebraska football, I've always been an NFL first guy. I've always enjoyed just the overall NFL more than college from the very beginning. Just, I don't know. For some reason, I just like the NFL.
Well, it's
more.
awesome. NFL rocks.
I got into college football at the really wrong time because the idea of college football that I've always liked was you have these guys for 4 years, do what you can with them in 4 years and see how far you can get. And then the transfer portal and the NIL is kind of ruined that core thing that I really liked about college football.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, it's time for some content. There will be some NFL.
Ooh.
And probably something that will make people go, damn you, NFL.
Oh, okay.
Also, Rick Pitino is calling out Michigan.
Oh.
But not for what you might think.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
On 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What are you shaking your head at? Instant replay ruins everything. I swear.
It should be challenge based. Oh, it is challenge based. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Canada is challenging this foul ball in the Little League World Series. I swear they have been doing this since before we went to commercial break.
That can't be true because we were watching Roku City.
Oh, whatever. It's been here for a while.
You lie.
It's been a long time.
You're no better than the college football Illuminati that you hate. You liar. You didn't know when they started that review, you liar.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
You know, actually, you know what? I think I can rewind.
Oh, wait. No, it's because
we went to Roku City. It paused it. It was paused, and then that's why it went to Roku City.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's exactly what
pauses?
happened. I mean,
Is it
somebody
supposed to do
paused it.
that?
Somebody paused it.
I never paused it.
No, when you leave an app on YouTube sometimes and you come back in, it's back in time. Wow, the score's barely changed. Wow, that was funny.
Anyway.
All right, we don't have much time, Nick.
Bill Barnwell's annual list of teams that will improve and decline has made its way into the universe. Let's start with his picks to get worse this year. Bears, Panthers, Broncos, Jags, and Patriots. Which one are you with him on, and which one is he wrong about?
Patriots. I like it. Kind of like the Bears one.
Do you
as far as
disagree
which
on
one I
any?
disagree with, I'll disagree with the Jaguars or the Jaguars.
I like the Patriots. I mean, certainly wins, losses wise. They're not going to win, 14 games like they did last year?
And probably
No
the
way.
Broncos, too.
No. Yeah, because it was just so many wins. Yeah, I like what you say there about the Jags. I have not decided on what I want to do with the Bears. On one hand, I think that they're going to be better on offense, and so that'll help. On the other hand, I think they're going to be worse on defense.
I think the division will be better, though.
Yeah, the division's going to be good. Yeah. I think I'll stick with you. I think I'll go Jaguars.
Let's go positive now. His picks to improve upon 2025, the Ravens, Lions, Chiefs, Giants, and Jets. Again, where do you agree? Where do you disagree?
I definitely agree on the Ravens, and I like the Lions a lot, and I like the Chiefs. Sadly, I like all three of the first ones. Giants, no. Jets, I mean, they'll be better because they were horrible last year, but they're going to suck. Neither of those teams are going to challenge for the playoffs. I think, meanwhile, the Ravens will win their division. I think the Lions could win their division. I don't think the Chiefs will, but I think they're going to be a playoff team.
Definitely the Lions. Definitely the Chiefs. Maybe on the Ravens. No to the New York teams.
Nice.
Now, back to negative town.
Uh-oh.
According to a study by the British Medical Journal, at least 1 in 4 NFL players who died between 2016 and 2021 had CTE. But that estimate is on the low end, said the study's lead author. The maximum prevalence was 97%. So the answer is likely somewhere in the middle.
Damn, that's a big gap.
Yeah, well, so 1 in 4 is 25% famously. Well, that's what it meant in the Grum Down earlier.
But they're saying at least 1 in 4, but it could be as high as 97%. With the truth lying somewhere in the
I can't
very
imagine
big
97.
middle.
I can't imagine it being 97%.
And again, the problem with CTE is it can only be diagnosed after the patient has deceased.
Here's a question for you. Do you think in our lifetimes they will be able to diagnose that while someone is alive? Will the
Yes.
science get there? I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
And if that happens, that could be an enormous game changer and not necessarily for the best.
Yeah, if you
for
want football to
professional
stick
football.
around, it will probably be for the worst.
Rick Pitino is calling out Michigan. No, not on the basketball court, but in the classroom.
What?
Michigan has decided to go to a pass-fail grading system in liberal arts and sciences for freshmen. Pitino wrote on Twitter, "This is to alleviate the pressure put on students. What's happening to us? Pressure brings excellence. Don't get soft, Michigan. It's not what you're about." Is he right?
No, because regular students are allowed to do pass, no pass.
Yeah, but this is mandatory now.
I think that's pretty cool.
No, that's terrible.
Why?
Because
I
because
did
you go
pass,
to
no
school
pass.
to get grades.
Well, you can do a certain amount of classes, pass, no pass. I did
Yeah,
that.
but this is all.
But it's just all in this specific
but there's
grading system.
But it's
right?
not like
Or
a
this-
choice anymore. It's not like, hey, I want to do the old system.
I wish
That's
I did.
weak.
I wish
That
I did
is
a little more.
soft.
I wish I did a little more pass, no pass. My GPA would have been better.
My
Yeah,
GPA
but
was
would it
4.0
have
the
actually
entire
made?
time.
But it would have made you smarter.
Maybe I could have.
No,
I could have gone. My grade didn't make me smarter.
Yeah, but if you know,
Maybe I
you
could
had
be
to-
at ESPN
if
now.
If
Oh,
you
look at
know,
that guy's GPA.
if you know that all you needed to do is do the absolute bare minimum to pass, that doesn't make you excel. It doesn't make you strive for something better.
Now I was trying the same amount of hard or bad. What word am I looking for here? I was trying.
See, Pat, too much pass, no pass.
I tried the same. It's more about my GPA. I would have liked this. Good on Michigan. Go Blue. Good
Of course, Michigan does something stupid, and
take.
you're like, "Yay, Michigan!"
Pass, no pass.
By
Man,
the
I can't
way-
wait till Michigan gets that guy that got cut from the Eagles.
Listen to 25 teams tomorrow as we preview.
Oh, Michigan!
Oh, well, guess what? That segment's gonna pass or no pass.
Who's our guest, Nick? Do you remember?
I don't remember. But speaking of Michigan, a place that's sort of nearby Michigan,
yeah,
the Green Bay Packers. They have a new alternate uniform. I'm not quite sure what they're going for here, but honestly, I kind of like it. What do you think?
So everyone that was doing the rivalries jerseys came out
Okay.
with their rivalries jerseys today, and the Packers one. I mean, it's green. The helmet is white, but it's the number. It's like
it's old school.
Yeah, it's like what Nebraska wore for their 300 sellout back in the day.
It's a little bit different font, but I don't know. It's just.
Here's the problem.
It's
So
like,
I-
it's like a 1960s NASCAR number.
So I actually don't. I don't
guess.
hate it. Here's the problem, though. The helmet has the normal logo. On the jersey, though, is a different logo.
It's the logo that Lombardi used to have on his hat.
And so, as always with alternate uniforms, and we're seeing this with Nebraska, it's like a amalgamation of too many things on top of each other.
Yeah.
Either go with the old logo or go with the current logo. Otherwise, I don't totally hate them. I think the numbers are kind of cool. Who are they wearing? Do we know who they're wearing these against?
I think it's against the Bears in one of their
Go
two
Bears! I don't hate them. They're just a little,
They're just-
a little too much.
I do wish the logo was the same on the helmet.
That, yeah,
than
it's
it
just
is.
inconsistent.
I didn't notice that the first time I saw these.
I'm happy I could help you out.
I do like these better than the Dolphins rivalry uniforms. The Midnight Blues or the Midnight Swim or whatever they called it.
Midnight Swim?
Yeah, they were
I
just.
believe we call that skinny dipping.
Oh, you don't have to skinny dip at midnight.
Yeah, but it's a lot more fun if you do.
Is it?
Yeah. Have you ever skinny dipped?
No.
Really? That surprises me.
I've never liked the idea of it because you're probably skinny dipping in a lake, and I don't want all
here we
the
go.
lake stuff inside me.
You know, Nick, when you're Nick, if you're wearing a swimsuit, your junk is still floating in the water, unless you're wearing some weird protective swimsuit, which you're not.
You're right.
Your stuff is in the water.
But maybe the mesh helps.
No, it doesn't. You are too worrisome.
Coming up next.
Oh, what do we got?
Well, KFC's done it again.
They have indeed.
Oh, yep.
They have done it again.
What's for dinner's next on 1620 The Zone?
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's
Tortillas.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
Tortillas.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like
Tortillas.
going out to eat.
You okay over there?
I am great.
What did I say we were having last? Oh, we had the creamed turkey. It was so good.
The creamed turkey.
It's basically just chopped up turkey in the gravy over the mashed potatoes, and then you add the corn to it.
Yeah, no,
so
John,
it's like a KFC. It's like those KFC bowls.
Yeah,
Speaking of KFC.
My issue was never what it was or what it was made of. It's just the name. Sounds unappetizing.
I'm having leftover pizza for dinner. The smash burgers rocked last night. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Onions, pickles, cheese.
There's a word I want to use, but I can't, so I'll tell you off the air.
Ooh, is it the word that I keep laughing at from the commercial break?
No.
Okay.
No, that's a different way to describe
My dinner
creamed
was
turkey.
killer last night, John.
Nice.
Was it killer?
Killer.
We had sandwiches last night, and I tried Dijonnaise for the first time. It was fine.
Okay. All right, John, you have this graphic up. What is this?
Well, speaking of killer.
What monstrosity is this?
So apparently in China, Oreo has been doing all of these killer alternate flavors. And one of them was apparently KFC inspired. Spicy chicken inspired Oreos.
Gross.
Well, now they have flipped it. And apparently KFC is coming out with an Oreo inspired chicken sandwich. The picture that we are showing to those of you watching it on the stream, you got your chicken breast, you got your lettuce, but the bun is dark chocolate. And it's got the Oreo stamped into the top. And I believe
Nice.
the sauce, the mayonnaise, whatever you want to call it.
What is it?
Is
we ran
chocolate.
That ends so abruptly.
What? Chocolate and fried chicken? That's not my kind of jam, John.
Do you think it could work? Because people do chicken and waffles, and when you're usually getting the maple syrup
Wow,
on the
Nick,
chicken.
that's a good call by you.
Yeah,
Could this accidentally work?
But there's the thing about it, though, there's a certain sweetness with maple syrup that is different than chocolate. If you get my drift.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely
It's a
different.
bit more mapley.
Look,
Like-
I'll
like, for
try
example,
this. If
people-
someone wants to bring it to us, I'll
I
try.
will absolutely. You know I love gimmick food.
People,
I
very
will try
smart
this.
people, for years have been putting syrup on their sausage for breakfast. You know? Only the smart people do that.
Yeah, I don't want that monstrosity. I
But
don't want the sweet and the savory. I want the
the-
savory.
I love sweet and savory.
I don't know about the chocolate.
Yeah.
I am down to try it. I
No,
really
sure.
am down
So
to try
are we
it.
getting this in Omaha? Is this coming to Omaha?
I'm not sure if this is actually coming to America, if this is all being,
All right, I'll
know,
try it if it
foisted
does.
upon the Chinese.
Okay. Payback.
But it might
Payback's
be.
a bitch. Remember what happened a few years ago, Nick?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you got to eat this for COVID. This is what you get.
Yeah.
This sandwich.
If you ever look at the McDonald's and the Burger Kings and KFCs in other countries, they do get a lot more cool things than we do here.
Cool, some would say, Nick. Others would say weird. Stuff that is not for me. Hey, by the way, speaking of food, you know where we're going to be next Thursday, John? We're going to be at Oscars.
Killer wings.
Killer wings, killer food, killer times, plus the end of Redout Week. The end of Redout Week.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
Oh, so we're not working on Friday?
I don't know.
We're not working the Friday before the game? That's kind of odd.
I don't know, but thank you to our friends at UBT. We will be there. Thank you to our friends at Oscars. We will be there. But
Oh,
no, I
nice.
get Redout Week is Thursday to Thursday. And then it's over. And then it ends.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Oscars has kind of become our annual tradition to go there before the first game. And this year, it is the bookend of Red Out Week, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Awesome. A killer bank that sponsors killer shows.
Yeah. Like the morning show and the midday show. And I guess our show.
Well, our show.